Ah, haha, I saved it. I saved it before anybody typed in chat, hey, Connor, you're a boomer, you're muted. I saved it. Don't worry about it. I did it. Good morning. Hi, guys. Obviously, we have an exciting day of geopolitical analysis for us today. I have no idea how I'm going to do it as a segment. We'll see. But the truth is that... Let me not dox anybody real quick. Let's not do that. Let me make sure that I am properly announced in the Discord. And let me make sure my messages are brought up to something that I don't necessarily care about. Sure. There we go. Then let's go to the Discord. Check out my announcements. Everyone, going to be a little bit late, but I'll be live in the next 20 so we can monitor the situation as a family. Okay, cool. Good morning, Christian Valeris. Good morning, Peter Stone. O to the 7th power. That's a good one. Jeb Kush says, good morning. You missed the boom boom. I did. Donald Trump did it over the weekend. That way I couldn't cover it. JKP says, sup, duder, got activated, leaving today. Going to be dumb where I'm going. Oh, no. Are you staying stateside or are you going to Kuwait? Like what? Oh my God. Kuwait used to be laughed at as not a combat deployment. It might be a combat deployment going pretty soon. I'm sorry for laughing at your misfortune. You might actually be having like some bubble guts and some existential crisis, and here I am, fucking JKP is activated and you're laughing. JKP is getting deployed and you're laughing. Sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. JKP, are you Navy? Are you Marine Corps? Are you Air Force? Are you Army National Guard? What are you? If you don't mind my asking, just because I want to gauge how lame your deployment's going to be. Ooh. Somebody said, third like reporting in, remember kids, live chat is better than top chat. True. I'm going to change to live chat. Christian Blair says, it would be content, but I'm not thrilled at a potential Epstein Israel Mossad panel. That Israel chick on Friday was cringe. Oh, I loved it. I loved a Israeli person. No offense to my Israelis or my Jews, but I loved an Israeli person jumping on stream and being like, well, how do you know that Jeffrey Epstein was an intel asset? And I was like, well, because they worked with Adnan Khashoggi and the military-industrial complex and the CIA in order to move weapons and drugs and all sorts of shit across Central and South America and the Middle East and North Africa. And they're like, yeah. But how do you know they weren't just a civilian? How do you know that they were an employee of the intel agencies? And I was like, well, they probably weren't an intel agency employee. They were probably a civilian fixer. And they're like, what's your definition of a fixer? And it's like, holy shit. Like, how are you planning on reducing anti-Semitism by trying to poke holes in the Jeffrey Epstein story? Like I'm sorry, if you want to say like, hey, this is what I think happened. Oh, okay, whatever. Go ahead. Lay out your positive worldview. But to just come in and start sweeping for Jeffrey Epstein, the fucking pedophile, it's like, all right, that's a bold strategy to reduce anti-Semitism. Let's see how this one plays out with. Am I in contact with Khazra? No. The only place that I'm in contact with Khazra, I think I have them on Discord. But I got them on Discord and I got them on Discord and I got them on YouTube chat. Those are the only two places I got them. And by the way, I might need to change the angle a little bit, like a millimeter down, just so the angle isn't like, I feel like this is the focal point of the camera, is like the top of my head, which I don't mind. You know, I got a nice head of hair. But I feel like it needs to be a millimeter down if I could move it a millimeter down, but I don't think I can move it a millimeter down without reinstalling the arm. And so I think I need to shift the camera angle. As a matter of fact, fuck it. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Fuck it. We'll do it. We'll do it live. Just a little adjusty adjust. Just a little adjusty adjust. Wait, is that the wrong way? Oh shit, no. Why did I decide to do this live? Now the screw's not screwing the way that it needs to screw. Oh no. What? No. Why did I choose to do this live? I could have done this at... Now I dropped the screw. No. The Mossad. The Mossad is doing this to me. I decided to do it live. Why did I decide to do it live? No. This was so dumb. Chat, what? No! I dropped it again! Hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on, chat. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Apparently, lefty-loosey, righty-tighty is not a thing with this camera. Apparently, it's lefty-tighty, righty-loosey. Not very cool. Not very cool, Mossad. Oh my god. This is horrible. This is my nightmare. This is my nightmare. Go in, you cheap piece of shit. Hold on. We're getting there. We're making progress. Why did I decide to do this live? That was like a very silly idea. Now it's worse, but we at least know kind of what we're doing now. No? Huh? Hold on. Excuse me. Hello, hello, hello. That's okay. Oh, righty-tighty. Righty-tighty. All right, sorry if that was an incredibly stupid moment in boomer counterpoints politics, but I think you guys expect such things from me these days. Oh. We'll get there. We'll get there together. As a family. Nope. Also, these are the new lights. Sorry for the entertainment in reference. I'm gonna give the camera a second to readjust. Now I feel like I'm all washed out and shit. But these are the new lights. I can make them warmer. I can make them dimmer. I feel like I'm a little washed out right now, but I'm gonna give the camera a second to adjust. All right, anyways, my apologies. That was very silly. That was the silliest 5 minutes of my life. Silver says, oh boy, what kind of takes are we gonna get today? All sorts of silly ones. JKP says, I'm an Air Force crew chief. You'll be fine. Worst case scenario, you'll get drone swarmed. You'll be fine. Christian Blair says, it would be content, but I am not thrilled a la potential Epstein, Israel, Mossad panel, that Israel chick. Yeah. She was not doing a great job of reducing anti-Semitism. Conservative liberalism says she was cringe, but she was respectful. Iron sharpens iron. No, I thought she was actually quite smart. That wasn't my beef with her. I thought she was quite smart in reference to the way that she was intelligent enough to at least pick apart the arguments, but I didn't feel like the direction of picking apart the arguments was very good. Conserve says she conflated asset with works from Assad a lot, then completely rejected the idea of him being a fixer and proposed he was just a wealthy guy who got shit done for powerful friends instead. Which, like, what's the difference? I wonder if I could pay Trump to stabilize Sudan. You probably could, Zenith. You probably could. Horse God says, are we now the baddies? Ayatollah is bad. If we topple the regime, what power vacuum will result, and won't it lead to more domestic terrorism that Trump will weaponize against minorities? Maybe. Could be fun, though. How long before Trump is bored and leaves Iran? I don't think he's going in. Jeb Kush says, I'm 27. You have more hair than me, and mine's not even done migrating to my mouth area. Oh, sorry. Beef says 3 F-15s have been shot down. Ours? Our F-15s have been shot down? Why are our F-15s in the AO at all? Jeffrey Epstein has been killed in a drone strike in Tel Aviv. Nice. Groovy says, my crackpot conspiracy is Trump is purposely trying to bait Islamic terror in the U.S. so he can push his deportation agenda without the pushback he's gotten previously. Yeah, probably. Probably. Never let a good emergency go to waste. Is Khazra okay? Maybe. Damn, grassroots. Kicking it off, huh? Kicking it off with the $100 super chat. I need to set a goal, don't I? God damn. Grassroots with the Mossad money. Okay, just kidding. Jeffrey Epstein had nothing to do with intel services. He was not involved with Israel at all. Anybody saying to the contrary is anti-Semitic and should be disavowed completely. So, nothing to see here. Move it along. Move it along. Boomer points, true. Sir, a second screw has hit the tower. That's me right now. A ceiling fan? I didn't know he was rich. Popcorn ceiling, rich guy over here. This one's flat. This one's flat and matte, but I do have popcorn ceiling in the living room. Officer Nasty says, just joined. I like the title, Hutch Lib, Radlib, Civil War, implying Hutch is his own breed of lib. Lol. He is. He is. Compared to Destiny and Food Shop's Radlibs, he is his own guy. Grassroots says, no, actually, I come here to watch you just throw your camera on the floor. I mean, that almost happened. Your wall inhabitants failed to stop the Mossad agents and their double A. Well, I mean, they are Mossad. That's why I just got paid $100. It's because I was talking too much about... It's because I was talking too much about the Jeffrey Epstein connection. I asked for one thing, and it's to connect your camera from your ceiling fan, but no, rude, frankly. Well, I mean, that's the next move, isn't it? Kay says, yes, by Kuwait, accidentally. Friendly fire. We shot down our own F-15s in Kuwait due to friendly fire. I'm going to have to see some corroboration on this. Were they American F-15s? F-15s shot down. Oh, Kuwait. Kuwait did it. That makes sense. Kuwait mistakenly shot down 3 U.S. F-15 jets on Sunday after strikes were launched against Iran one day earlier. CENTCOM said in a past statement that the fighter jets were down in Kuwait shortly after. The jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses, according to the statement. The 6 service members were on board the jets, ejected safely. CENTCOM added and are in stable condition. If they lost the airframes, but the airmen aren't dead, you know, it's just a few tens of millions. Like, how much does an F-15 cost? How much does an F-15 cost? Yeah, that's just 180, 270. It's just $300 million, guys. It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. No big deal. No big deal. It's just $300 million. Which is actually pretty funny. That, like, my annual taxes are like, assuming I make 100 grand and assuming I pay 12K or 12% in taxes, which, by the way, I know I'm not doing accurate math, but let's say, so I pay the federal government like 15 grand, 12 grand, somewhere in there in federal taxes every single year. So it's, let's do 300 million divided by 15,000. Let's just round up. Let's just pretend that I pay more tax. Well, I mean, I guess with like FICA and all that bullshit, I probably do pay more, but let's just say it's 15,000. So let's do 300 million divided by 15,000. Yeah, it's just 20,000 taxpayers. It's just 20,000 taxpayers, working class, middle class taxpayers. It's just 20,000 of our effort on an annual basis. It's no big deal. It's no big deal. All the pilots are fine. They're fine. They're a little traumatized. They got a little bit of PTSD. It's okay. They'll get a Purple Heart. Christian Lara says, I don't like the goalpost shift from what proof do you have that F-Team was an asset fixer to you engaging this conspiracy as a potentially increase plus spread anti-Semitism. Yeah, I know. Very silly. Very silly. And trying to shut it down is more anti-Semitic than just like letting people speculate. The jets allegedly were shot down by accident by Kuwait. Yeah, that's fine. $300 million. No problem. Checks stream. Connor's whiter than ever. True. So hold on. I got a... God damn it, Kuwait. Lock in. True. That's funny. Yeah, it's $1 for every single American. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. It's not that bad. Airmen, don't be sexist. One of the pilots was a woman. Not a joke, by the way. Fair. Yeah, that's not bad. I like Hutch a lot, but I don't think people who have taken illiberal acts against the system need to still be protected by liberalism. Well, then, do you believe in liberalism? What happened to the camera quality? What's wrong with the camera quality? The lighting... I tried to move the angle down a millimeter. I do have new lights. So I need guidance. Vazraka, thank you for the gifted. Thank you for being my favorite lurker. Tezzy Boy being my second. Brooklyn being my third. But, okay, so I think that I am a little washed out. It looks like I don't have pores. So should I make the lighting warmer or should I dim the lights? Because this is the new light system. These are the lights that are attached to my desk. So, looking angelic. PJ says, there's no doubt in my mind that the war was started to get the Epstein files off of the Daily News. It was getting really hot and closer to exposing him, plus money laundering proof. Yep. I'm with you. Okay, Larry Hutchinson, I didn't ask whether or not I'm hella white. I was asking you, what move should I make? Should I make the lights a little bit dimmer? Or should I make the lights a little bit warmer? Okay, I'm going to make them dimmer because I'm going to assume the lights will wash me out less if they're a little bit dimmer. So let's go ahead and make that dimmer. Let's go ahead. Make this one dimmer. Why do I have so much crap? All right, let's see if I have pores on my face again. Let's see if I have pores. Okay, so this is dimmer. Have you tried being less white? I really haven't. Connor giving himself a race lift. Oh, nice. Oh my god. Just turn on your VTuber avatar. That's the next move. The next move is becoming a VTuber dragon like iDubbbz. Or a 15-year-old Japanese girl like all the other 40-year-old men in Twitch and YouTube politics. Casper asked, Connor giving himself a race lift. Connor, you look like the ghost librarian from the opening of Ghostbusters Base. Have you tried being less white? No. Lol, I said white out, not white. Don't make me sound crazy. Maybe put shoe polish on your face. Missing the bisexual lighting. I do need the bisexual lighting. So I was thinking that these lights are fine. I'm okay with these lights. And honestly, I'm looking forward to getting these bigger lights out, organizing crap, putting it in another room. That's fine. Actually, I'm okay with this light. I don't know how you guys feel about this light right now, but I almost feel like this is perfect. But I was thinking to myself, these lights are kind of boring, you know? They're professional, but they're boring. And then the stuff behind me kind of feels just like a bunch of like, oh, you got a bunch of books and Warhammer crap. Okay, whatever. Well, number one, I want to fill that stuff up with guns. Number two, maybe I do need some bisexual backlighting. Maybe I need to run a light strip along the back end and run some pulsating purple, blue, and red. Or red, white, and blue. That would be fun. Just Fincher says, I'm a neocon, so change my mind. I won't. I'll probably reinforce every single belief you've ever had, Justin. Justin, you and I are going to be swamped in a sea of non-interventionist libertarians and liberals today. And you and I are going to be the only person who are like, eh. Conserve says, if you turn yourself into a 15-year-old on banning food shops on site, that's probably advisable. that's probably a good idea. Grassroots 20, thank you, King. Thank you for Vazraka and Grassroots kicking us off today. I haven't heard from Kaz, and I'm worried. Me too. There's a little bit of a time difference, and I'm sure they're busy. So I hope Kaz hasn't gotten collateral damaged. That would make me sad. The whole nothing bad about Trump has come out of the files, but it's got to be in there is the most pathetic conspiracy theory of old time. Old school, you understand that not only do we have like dozens of allegations of Trump raping children that are already in the released files, but there's 3 million files that they continue to not release. And then not just that, but we already have like 2 or 3 women. We at least got that one chick who said that she was raped when she was 13. So like saying like nothing's come out. It's like you haven't Googled anything. That's why you think nothing's come out. I think that's very silly of you. This lightning is good. Thanks. H-Lock says, like the stream, super chat, so Connor gets guns. True. The carpet bombing video coming out of Iran this morning is wild. We carpet bombed? That'd be cool. Carpet bombed what, though? Because that might not be cool. Short says, Connor, you should really get in contact with Chris Cappy and help him with his stream. I had to watch his live coverage on Saturday since somebody decided to spend the weekend with their family. I know, lame. I do love Chris Cappy. We were mutuals prior to me getting banned. I need to become mutuals with him again. I did invite him to collaborate on the stream or to just do a stream together. And then he said yes, but he said like, oh, I'm really busy with projects. Come back to me in a bit. And then I got banned. So maybe I need to reach back out. Excuse me. Short says, all the internet in Iran has probably been shut off, so that's probably why we haven't heard from them. True. Saying nothing bad about Trump has come out is supreme cope. That's what I think. Allegations aren't proof. That's true. We should investigate the allegations, don't you think? Andy says, honestly, the strongest argument against Trump being heavily in the files is that Biden decided losing the election and getting forced to quit his run wasn't enough to press the win election button. Sure. But Andy B, what I would say is that means that you're screwing over Bill Gates, you're screwing over Elon Musk, you're screwing over Peter Thiel, you're screwing over like half a dozen bankers in Wall Street. You're screwing over, like you might be screwing over intel agencies. Like the win election button screws over a lot of people who play both sides of the political spectrum. And they might even be your like biggest donors and some of the largest philanthropists on the planet. So it might actually straight up not be worth it from a establishment perspective. Daddy's in the chat says, the guy is an adjudicated rapist. It's not hard to believe his involvement with Epstein. It's ridiculous. I mean, I think in the 80s and 90s, pretending that Donald Trump wasn't partying with 17-year-olds at minimum is wild cope. Old School says, so Connor is a conspiracy theorist. No, I just don't think you've read anything Old School. It's like not really a conspiracy. If I have video of Donald Trump being like, oh yeah, there's nothing, you know, I'm not an alcoholic, but there's nothing more to me than like a 17-year-old pretty girl flying with me on my airplane. You know, that's my alcohol. Ninja, you're being audio recorded right now. You're on stage. That's a tough one. There are no allegations against Trump. That's just a lie. I mean, I agree. Has Epstein's Island made an official response to the events in Iran yet? Yeah, their response is shh. Grassroots with the 20 says, like the stream, so Connor finishes my gun. Well, okay. Grassroots, being real. So, I don't know, 2 years ago now? Year ago? Something like that. You introduced yourself to me and you were like, hey, here's a down payment towards the gun and here's money for Christmas. I'm not going to lie. That money is long gone. That money's been gone. My wife spent that money within 60 days of you giving it to me. So, so basically we have two options. I can apply for an RSR group membership, because what happened before was I applied to RSR, but I applied under my own name, and they said, you need to apply under your FFL, and the FFL name and the private individual name or the business name need to match up. And so I can reapply to RSR and make sure that the institution name and the FFL name line up, and then I can get access to RSR. Now, that could take 30 to 60 days. An RSR group is just like, it's a warehouse. It's a bulk warehouse for firearms. They buy weapons in bulk, so they get a discount, and then they typically offer guns for like, 10 to 30% cheaper than the market. The other option is we just go on to Gunbroker and we find a used, well, what were we going to do? We were going to do the break action pistol. I forget what it's called, but it's beautiful. The break action revolver. I keep thinking Uberti, but Uberti is the company that makes it now. I forget what the pistol itself is called, but it's one of the most beautiful Western revolvers ever manufactured. So anyways, so we could buy that pistol. Well, I need that pistol in person, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to measure and print and measure and print and measure and print 3D printed pieces that lock together as if they were manufactured out of metal. And then I'm going to, excuse me, I'm going to go to Family Labs in Orlando, and then I'm going to manufacture it out of aluminum. So, I mean, like, if you were just like, hey, Connor, here's $1,500, go buy the pistol off of Gunbroker right now, I would do that. If you're like, hey, Connor, I want to save $400 in order to buy the pistol, then you just need to DM me and say, hey, get off your dick and do the RSR application. So, that's my gun rant. TS Phantom says, Connor, don't fall into the trap of buying gear thinking you'll get better outcomes. I'm a photographer, and it comes out to how well you utilize lighting. A basic 3-point lighting system does wonders. Sure. I'm with you. Connor just needs to dial in his camera at this point. What's wrong with the camera? What's wrong with the camera? This is my I'm not a camera person, so I don't know what is what is expected out of the camera. What am I supposed to change about the camera? The title tells me I'm going to hate the Iran takes. I doubt it. Maybe. It depends on whether or not you're an isolationist or a neocon. If you're a neocon, you're going to love everything I say. If you think military interventionism is amazing, then you're going to love everything I say. If you think military interventionism is cringe, then you're going to hate everything I say. It just kind of depends. Old School says, dude, the 13-year-old girl story has obvious holes in it. Like, she was introduced by Epstein to Trump in 83, but Trump didn't meet Epstein until 89. Show me one solid allegation. How do you know that they didn't meet until 89? What evidence do you have? Like, so she's saying that they met in 83, and that's your contention, by the way. I would have to go back and actually watch the firsthand testimony. But she says that she's from a flyover state. She gets recruited into a modeling agency. She's brought by Jeffrey Epstein in order to party at the New York apartment or whatever. And then all the girls like get encouraged to do orgies with a bunch of powerful people. She's encouraged to fuck Donald Trump, and then she does. And then she flies back out several times because it's good money and she wants clout and influence and wants to become a model. But realistically, she's still underage. So that's, I mean, literally just like what Trump ran. He ran beauty pageants for 15-year-old girls for a decade and a half with Jeffrey Epstein out of the kindness of his heart. He just really wanted to make sure that like models like he had no sexual interest in them when they were under the age of 18. But the second they turned 18, they all became interesting. Even though Donald Trump himself has said, like even on the Howard Stern show, they were like, oh, well, you know, what do you have like age limits? Do you have girls that, you know, like girls that you wouldn't be interested in? And he's like, well, I'm not going to date anybody who's like 12 or 13. You know, that's just like that's not a Freudian slip indicative of his behavior at the time. That's just like a whoopsie-doopsie. Sure. Okay. Justin Fincher says, I'm not a Democrat and never will be one. That being said, I can't stand JD Vance or the woke right anymore. I know you support Dems now, but what do you think of Rubio run in 2028? Well, Justin Fincher, I have the unpopular opinion that if Rubio actually did enough to distinguish himself from the Trump administration, then I would consider it. Now, Travis Taze, my editor from Warhammer, he came on the other day and he's like, MAGA cannot be rewarded for their bad behavior. So even if Rubio runs as a neocon, then you cannot vote for him because it basically says that all of the Trump administration bullshit is fine. And I'm kind of okay with that if the Dems run a normie. Like if the Dems run Gavin Newsom and Gavin Newsom doesn't make gun control like a foundation of his campaign, then I might like pull my plug and be like, we need to strangle the MAGA movement in the crib while it's still weak. Yeah. So I don't know, man. We'll see. You're thinking too small, buy a Tomahawk missile. I mean, that's where I'm at. How is an air operation with no troops on the ground going to institute regime change in Iran? The current government is still in charge. Yeah, Bud123. There's this quote. It's so funny, and I retweeted it and I saved it to my phone. I'm not in a rush to get into content, but I do want to do content because I actually think there's a lot of important things to explain. But there was this tweet where it was like, I found this guy and his daughter who were looking for their lost cat, and the father thought that coyotes might have gotten the cat. And then I was like, okay, well, you know, what do you do if this has happened before? Because it sounds like this has happened before. And he's like, oh, well, cats are free. So I just go down to the shelter and I get a new cat. And then the guy says, it sounds like you're just feeding coyotes cats. And then the little girl starts crying. And then that was somebody did that for Iran, where they were like, I was talking to the leadership of Iran saying, and they said that they elected a new Ayatollah. And I was like, doesn't America keep bombing your Ayatollahs? And they're like, yeah, it's no problem. We just go down to the mosque and we get a new Ayatollah. And so then I asked them, that just sounds like you're feeding Ayatollahs to America. And then the leadership started crying. And that's kind of how I feel. Like, bear in mind, like on Twitter, I don't know who's shit posting. I don't know who's being real. I don't know if this is true, but it would be funny. This would actually line up with the joke pretty well. Apparently the interim Ayatollah also got smoked. So it's like they had the Ayatollah Khomeini. We killed them. They approved an interim Ayatollah until they're able to convene a council, and we killed that guy too. Or Israel killed that guy, I think, in an airstrike. And so it does sound like they're just kind of, you know, they're feeding Ayatollahs to airstrikes. It's kind of crazy. Xena says, you make a fair point. I can't throw out liberalism the second it gets difficult. That would defeat the purpose. True. Yeah, you can't have that whole, like, it's better for 1,000 men to... 1,000 guilty men to walk free than for one innocent man to remain in prison, and then be like, oh, well, liberalism didn't achieve the exact judicial result that I wanted. Therefore, let's throw out the entire system. That seems very silly. Tori says, I'm a little bit worried, though, that we're still making the same mistake with Iran that we made with Russia. We think the people will rise up and not support their leader. I've looked at the statistics. Yeah. I mean, that's entirely possible. Obviously, I would love to see a full swing protest and revolution against the central government right now. But we haven't seen it yet, although I think there's an internet blackout and it's still early days. If 40,000 people were willing to go out into the street and get killed by government forces, I mean, that's 40,000 people that we probably could have used right about now. But yeah, Daddy in the chat says brightness could go up a bit. You say that, it was brighter a second ago and people were bitching that I was washed out. So no, the brightness is going to stay where it is. I feel like there's an option between anti-intervention and neocon, but I guess could be wrong. I don't think you're wrong at all. Matter of fact, weirdly enough, I think that, I think Donald Trump's doing that. The centrist position between neocon and non-intervention is airstrikes. That's the centrist position is like, hey, you guys figure it out, but we're going to kill all the people we don't like. It's like, Jesus, all right. And by the way, we should talk about the War Powers resolution. Grassroots20 says, I already did that, but I'll still do it twice. I know. I'm sorry, King. I'm an asshole. I'm an asshole. Trump knows what happened to John Benet Ramsey, probably. Dick Cheney is happy. Long live Corn's strongest soldier. Yeah, Holden Bloodfeast is doing great. The respectable bipartisan senator who just wanted to see Iran burn. He is extremely happy right now. Old School says, oh, for fuck's sake, Connor, you're a full-bore conspiracy theorist nutcase. Nothing will ever convince you. You are worse than QAnon. Why are you spending all your time and energy sweeping for a pedophile ring that's pretty well established, Old School? Seems pretty fucking silly to me. We're not even talking about it, by the way. You came in here and started fighting about the evidence about Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. And meanwhile, we're all talking about Iran. So why ask yourself this question. We're currently at war with Iran. All the liberals are currently talking about the war with Iran. We're not even talking about the pedophile ring with Jeffrey Epstein, who was Donald Trump's best friend for 2 decades. But instead of you being like, yeah, that's kind of interesting. War with Iran's interesting. Let's talk about that. You spend your time in my chat sweeping for Donald Trump. Why? Why is that your focus this morning? I don't even give a fuck. Let's talk about Iran. Vrencan says, I'm all for intervention, but with a responsible plan. The people want change, but they're unarmed. The IRGC have those. Yeah, let's just airdrop AK-47s into there. That'd be fun. Fashion 40 says, am I getting ready to hate Connor? I think you're getting ready to just know Connor. This has been me the entire time. Ayatollah Mart has a great BOGO deal right now. And the third one. We killed the third one? That's crazy. It was the Hezbollah leader that got killed, not the Ayatollah. Maybe. Must be so weird to be next in line just knowing you're fucking dead. I know. We are down to number 4 right now. Damn. It sounds like they're just feeding Ayatollahs to airstrikes. The designated non-survivor. That's brutal. That's brutal. Getting clapped in character creation menu is crazy. I know. Trump said in 2002, he has known Epstein for 15 years, 1987, when he bought Mar-a-Lago estate in 1985, and Epstein moved to Palm Beach shortly thereafter. Well, and as we know, we're always perfectly accurate with the way that we describe the timelines of our friendships. You know, the time has not become a giant blur for me, where I say, oh yeah, like 10 years ago, I met this person. But because I'm almost 40, I've known this person for 25 years, arguably 30 years. You know what I'm saying? Because when you're in your late 20s and you're talking about your high school friends, you're like, oh yeah, we met 10 years ago. But then time keeps going, but your brain doesn't update. Connor's stream looks like Bam Margera in a snuff video. All right. Interesting. Trump could theoretically be covered given attacks against Iran could fit the 2002 AUMF. Yep. Not just that, we should talk about Lactoid's legalistic argument. More importantly, why the fuck was he made a mod? Who? Long live the Persian people, fuck the bureaucracy. Why do you, who's a mod that you think shouldn't be a mod? I mean, pretty much any veterans of the channel are made a mod. Unless they're people who are actively twats. Fast and Bulbous for 5 says, the only correct Iran take that we did and are doing is based. What's next? More than likely not based. I mean, that's Fast and Bulbous. You and I are on the same page. Also, Grill Shalah. Trump certainly isn't known for hyperbole. Yeah, if we kept it for the initial strikes, I think so many people would have been on board. Yeah. I'm worried about Khosrow. We're all worried about Khosrow. I prefer to think of Connor like they said in Hot Tub Time Machine. He's our asshole. True. Fashion 40 says, Daily Chip, we'll love you either way, Booby Bear. Thank you. Grassroots with another 20. Grassroots just popping off today. I'm a big fan of our response being extremely fucking proportional. There you go. Peter Stone says, I think it's kind of 50-50. There's more than enough Iranians born since Islam took over, so they don't know how it was better before, or they're wholeheartedly Islamic. Maybe. Old school? Well, old school probably got promoted because they were fucking chill, but I don't know, the pedo hedge knight. That's funny. That's funny. I don't. They were probably sane about another one, and I'm like, all right, we don't have any conservatarians who are big in the community, except for Well QC John and Grassroots Hegemon and I guess Patriarch, arguably, and a few others. We don't have a lot of conservatarian mods. We're at like a 7-3 liberal to conservatarian thing. So let's get some more conservatarians in here. And then he's like, how dare you insult Trump's honor? And it's like, ugh. All right. Well, that's why we don't have a lot of conservatarians. Razzle says that, does that mean I'm actively a twat? No, Razzle, I had a very high opinion of you. I still do, arguably. But I had a very high opinion of you because we had Razzle Smasher, you were the liberal. Then we had Razzle, the other one, who was a groiper. And that was hilarious, having like two Razzles in chat. One of them being a groiper and one of them being a liberal. And the beef of the Razzles. That was funny. But then you probably weren't as active in the community when I started promoting everybody to mod who had been like veterans or whatever. But then the food shops thing does scare me. But I will. How about this? How about I'm gonna dub you a knight of the cog. I'm gonna give you a wrench and a shield. However, if I find out you're a lolicon, then I'm gonna take away your wrench and your shield the way that the police chief takes away like a gun and badge. I'm gonna be like, Razzle Smasher, shield and wrench on my desk now. The mayor's up my ass about your lolicon. the mayor's up my ass. The mayor's up my ass about your food shop's moderating position. Sorry. I have like every cop stereotype, particularly from Bad Boys, where they have like a shootout where they like crash a Ferrari through like the entirety of like Miami. And so the police chief is like, I'm on blood pressure meds, and I got a hernia, and I got heartburn, and you motherfuckers, you did like $10 million in damage, and the mayor's up my ass. Give me your guns and badges. And so that one, and then also in South Park they do that same thing where they have the kids who are like police explorers, and they're investigating like a serial killer. And the police, like the police lieutenant or sergeant or whatever, he keeps treating them like they're real cops, even though they don't want to be cops anymore. They keep trying to get out of being cops, but the police officers and the serial killers just keep treating them like they're actual police. It's so good. Dude, South Park, I have not watched South Park probably in 10 years. But South Park from like, I don't know, 2003 to 2013 was like peak. They actually had a really strong run. And then I feel like they fell off like a motherfucker because they got too rich. They got too rich and they stopped remembering what real problems were. So then they just started doing shit that was silly instead of like actual insightful commentary about society. But yeah, South Park had like a decade-long strong run. I was a huge fan of Matt Stone and Trey Parker for a long time. But I think they've kind of fallen off recently. And by recently, I mean the last 10 years. Additionally, was it a mistake to take out Ayatollah Khomeini? What do the protesters have to protest? Not a big, well-known villain. If they were about to get nukes, then I don't know if I care. Damn it, but they get results. Yes. God damn it, Broflovsky. God damn it, Broflovsky. You shoot out downtown in the mall. It costs $10,000. Gun and badge now. Oh, holy shit. That, like, dude, the Xbox murderer. Yes. Yes, Eric Tom. Yes. Razzle Cherry was the other one. Razzle I used to fight with in here. He was a groiper. Haven't seen him in chat in a while. Yeah, I haven't covered as much dissident right-wing material recently, largely because the VODs don't do particularly well. I think my lib audience actually doesn't really like dissident right-wing VODs, although I probably need to do them because I need to attract like a more conservatarian right-wing, anti-dissident right-wing audience. So I probably just need to suck it up and do it, even though it's not algorithmically particularly profitable. But yeah, I stopped doing them because I got like, I put up a few Nick Fuentes critical segments, and there was like one or two of them that popped off and got like 2,000 or 10,000 views, something like that. And I was like, okay, let's like mine the Nick Fuentes mine. And then not only did everybody bitch when I was live and I started doing dissident right wing content, but then also like I got a bunch of VODs that were like, they got like 300 views, 400 views, and I was like, all right, fuck this. We're kind of in that spot again. Just to be real, the VODs are still not performing as well. But I will tell you that I told Danabo and myself that we are going to do a higher quality of edit in reference to VODs. We're not just going to chop and drop anymore. We're actually going to like cut up all the crazy like random rants. We're going to cut those out. If it's not related to the topic, we're going to cut those out. If I belabor a point where I make a point, but then I go on for another 30%, I'm going to cut that out. And so as a result, VOD quality should go up. And as a result, I'm hoping there's a correlated increase in viewership retention. Peter Stone says, Sledgehammer on Amazon Prime. Sledgehammer on Amazon Prime is a parody cop show. Okay, good. Good. Hitting rock bottom is peak. True. They weren't developing active nukes, though. If the Iranians really wanted to create a nuke, they would have several by now. Okay. I don't know if I care. Carstar says, Groiper content is dull and dystopic to me. I will watch sometimes, but I need it to be sparse. Yeah, that's the opinion of most libs in my audience, I think. Right-wing content is not only brain rot, it's boring brain rot. See? See? A lot of people really don't like it. Nick Fuentes can be funny in Twitter clips, but he repeats himself so fucking much. Well, that's the pot calling the kettle black. And I'm the pot, to be clear. Rodell says, what's good, Connor? How much sweeping have you seen from MAGA becoming pro-war? I do think this conflict probably is more nuanced than Trump sucking. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm with you. I've seen most online alt media Trump people hate Trump for this. Team Ramrod. True. Most online Trump people hate Trump for this. I think it's like the normies out on town who like don't know shit about politics, who were like, what did we do? We bombed Iran? Yeah, but those guys hate us, right? Okay, cool. Like that's like the average take of the person who's politically illiterate. And there are tons of politically illiterate people in our society. Sabri says, it's just super annoying, but they beg for intervention, but then in 15 years they somehow reimagine the whole scenario as we started shit. Maybe. Iran keeps trying to get a nuke and also have a ballistic missile program and then put a warhead on a ballistic missile. It's like, how about no? Sure. Calling the pot the N-word. Dude, I laughed so hard, and I apologize to my black viewers, but there was this time when Armored Skeptic wasn't a pathetic pussy who was depressed about how shitty his life was. Armored Skeptic being Shoe on Head's ex-boyfriend. And by the way, he just started like simping for a younger version of Shoe on Head, which is kind of embarrassing. Like, if you're going to break up with your girlfriend due to like long distance issues and you don't have the balls to like get married and have kids with your girlfriend of like 5 to 10 years, and then you break up and then you start paying for an OnlyFans girl who looks identical to your ex-girlfriend, that's kind of fucking pathetic. But anyways, Armored Skeptic, back when he was funny and not suicidal, he did that joke He did that joke on a video essay, and it came out of nowhere. He was just, all of a sudden, he was just randomly like, the pot calling the kettle, and then he said the N-word with an ER, but he censored it. And it was so weird and so out of left field that I just like laughed until I cried. So my apologies to my black audience for finding the N-word humor funny. I could fix her. Could you? What's the, let me see if I can find her real quick, because there was like Shoe on Head's OnlyFans clone that Armored Skeptic was simping for after they broke up with Shoe on Head. Shoe on Head now. Let me show y'all Shoe on Head, and then let me show you the clone. Okay, so this is Shoe on Head. Obviously, like a 2000s emo, like pixie dream girl, whatever, and now she's married to like a Catholic. And then weirdly enough, I think this collage, it almost looked like her clone in there. But Shoe on Head's clone. Where's her clone? Shoe on Head's clone. No. Shoe on Head, Armored Skeptic, break up, new girl. I don't know if I have sufficient simpy Google brain to like take a look for it, but this was them before. Armored Skeptic, new girlfriend. I don't think they were ever dating. Armored Skeptic, new girlfriend. Somebody could find it. Anyways, I'm not going to waste a lot of time on it. It's not a big deal. But basically, there was some OnlyFans girl or some Instagram e-thought that was effectively a clone of Shoe on Head, but like 10 years younger. And so Armored Skeptic and Shoe on Head broke up. Apparently, you know, I mean, this is all secondhand, third-hand info. It's all rumor shit, so I have no idea what I'm talking about. But Shoe on Head and Armored Skeptic broke up because they weren't willing to commit. And I don't think either one of them would, like, she lived in New York. She wasn't willing to move to Canada. He lived in Canada. He wasn't willing to move to New York. They weren't willing to get married or have kids. Shoe on Head's like eggs were cooking, so she was ready to settle down. He didn't want to settle down, so they broke up. But then he started like simping for a online clone of Shoe on Head that was 10 years younger. So yeah, Christian Lara says his last video was about whether or not the pyramids of Giza were ancient batteries. Yeah, I'd kill myself. If I went from being a wildly successful contrarian left anti-social justice warrior commentator with like a ton of clout. Yeah, it's Boxy. It's just old Boxy. That might be true. Boxy might be the person I was looking for. Is Boxy young? Is Boxy a Instagram e-thought? Boxy. Google Boxy Instagram creator. Is it spelled different? One is bad enough. She got a clone. Who said the Boxy thing first? Boxy Shoe on Head? Should I do... Shoe on Head versus Boxy. Oh, it's triple XY. That's probably why. Reject modernity, reject tradition, embrace monkey. Yeah, I think it's Boxy. If it's not Boxy, then it's somebody like Boxy. That's funny. That's some uncanny valley shit. That's crazy pants. She really does have a different face, but the aesthetic in these pictures are crazy pants. Crazy clone shit. Anyways, so if you're going to move on, find somebody who isn't shoe on head, actually just boxy. Oh, that's funny. He was a skater boy. She said, see you later, boy. He wasn't good enough for her. True. How do you put on so much mascara to the point that it looks like your eyes are fake and creepy? I don't know. I'm into it. But I was also born in the late 80s, so the thousands was like my peak. I can definitely fix shoe on head's OnlyFans clone. What does she want? A house? I got it covered. Okay. Thomas Dudley says, the Iranian people cheer for the U.S. airstrikes. Has been surreal to see. You're telling me that people are asking for, and celebrating U.S. bombing Iran and they're Iranian? Well, they're part of the diaspora, so the people rich enough to escape. The people local are probably not as happy about it, especially since allegedly a girls' school was bombed and 150 young women were killed. I have no idea about the veracity of that story. It could be totally real, and maybe we just like hit the wrong target and killed 150 kids. It could be total bullshit where it's just regime propaganda, and I have no idea how to verify it. So, Christian Blair says, those conspiracies are out there but aren't really dangerous. Cool. Boxy is the original, Shoe is the clone. That's what I thought. I thought there was a different girl who was like an OnlyFans girl. That girl looked like she might have had a different thing, but anyways, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay, you guys ready to get into my shitty geopolitics? So I'm actually going to mind map this real quick before we even start any content that we're reacting to, because I want you guys to understand this, or at least I think this is the way that I understand it. Lactoid explained this to us last time with the Venezuelan strikes, where he was saying that Congress does have the authority to declare war, but it's been routine for the past like 250 years for the United States to engage in military action and simply ask Congress for approval after the fact and or to declare war. So Constitution, declare war clause. Let's find it. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11. Article 1, Section 8, Constitution. This isn't really content. This is kind of like just covering, this is like a preamble to content, I suppose. So, Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution says, Congress shall have the power to lay and collect taxes, duties, imposts, and excises to pay the debts and provide for the common defense and general welfare of the United States, but all duties, imports, and excises shall be uniform throughout the United States. Ooh, that is interesting. That is interesting. Is that why people argue for a flat tax? That's an interesting clause. To borrow money on credit of the United States. Okay. To regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes. To establish a uniform rule of naturalization and uniform laws and subject to bankruptcies. To coin money, regulate the value thereof and foreign coins, and fix the standards of weights and measures. To provide for the punishment of counterfeiting the securities and current coin of the United States. To establish post offices and post roads. To promote the progress of science and useful arts by securing for limited time to authors and inventors the exclusive rights to their respective writings and discoveries. Copyright law, that's interesting. To constitute tribunals inferior to the court. To decline and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas and offenses against the law of nations. Ooh. To declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures of land and water. To raise and support armies, but no apportionment of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years. Okay. To provide and maintain a navy. Okay. So, what's interesting about this, that Lactoid articulated, and maybe I don't need to mind map it. You guys tell me if you want to mind map so we can make a rule. But the argument from Lactoid is that if you look at to define and punish piracies and felonies committed on the high seas and offenses against the laws of nations. So weirdly enough, if Congress said that you could kill drug traffickers on the high seas, if we passed a law saying that drug trafficking, like what we're doing in the Caribbean, is legal, we could just do that, in my opinion. Now, we would need a formalization of the code of conduct on the high seas that like warrant the death penalty. but it looks like Congress has the authority to at least explain that and articulate that and set that. So declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, and make rules concerning captures of land and water. So right here, we have rules concerning captures of land and water. And by the way, this is still like the rules of Congress. But even within Article 1 of the Constitution of the United States, we have a differentiation between a state of war and acts of war. And I think the argument from Lactoid and other people is that the president of the United States historically has engaged routinely in acts of war without seeking a declaration of war. So if you look at some of the Native American conflicts of the 19th century, if you look at, supporting the insurgents at the Battle of Alamo, if you look at the Banana Wars, if you look at the Boxer Rebellion, if you look at World War I and World War II were declared, so that doesn't count. But if you look at the Korean War or the war in Vietnam, or if you look at the Grenada, Lebanon, Kosovo, Syria, Libya, all that shit, oftentimes we either had an authorization for use of military force or we didn't even have an AUMF. So John Democracy says, Congress? What Congress? Also, hi. Indeed. Hi, John Democracy. Good to see you. So then the question kind of becomes like, are we at war with the nation state of Iran? So are we at war with the people of Iran? And I think the answer is no. We're not at war with the people of Iran. We don't want to kill them. We don't want to wipe them out. We don't want to fuck up their infrastructure. We don't want to kill them. Are we at war with the state of Iran? Maybe. Kind of. We're definitely committing acts of war against the nation state of Iran. I mean, blowing up their entire governmental and security apparatus is definitely an act of war. But I also think that it's supposed to be quite limited, where we're supposed to be blowing up their shit and then kind of walking away. And so the question kind of becomes, it's like, well, if you're willing and able to commit grievous acts of war against a country without declaring an act of war, then what's kind of the difference? And yeah, it's not really a war. It's a special military operation, fam. But then that's kind of the thing is, if we aren't at war, meaning that we're not invading and attempting to destroy every aspect of the nation state of Iran, does the president have the authority to conduct himself? And legally, the answer is probably maybe ? And then historically, the answer is yes. Because once again, if we look at the history of the United States over the past 250 years, we've done all sorts of fucking acts of war without engaging in warfare. So, or declaring war, excuse me. So I don't know what, guys, I'm just as like flabbergasted and lost as y'all. I don't know what to do about this. I have no idea what to do about this. Yeah, conservatives, Trump called it a war, but we still don't know if he knew Epstein in 1983, so he could be lying for all I know. Yeah. Riddell says, in the attacks affecting the oil markets makes me think there will be further escalation. Probably. Given Iran provided arms to insurgents and proxies in the 2002 AUMF probably justifies these strikes. The issue is Trump admitted justify the target's heads of state, which is dubious. Exactly. But does Congress have the balls to hold him to account? And the answer is no, right? Especially a Republican Congress. A Republican Congress has no stones to reel Trump in. The only people who are even talking about a war powers resolution are Democrats and Thomas Massie and maybe a few Republican defectors. Beef Supreme says, I don't see a difference. That makes zero sense. Let me see if I can articulate it a little bit better. A state of war means that we're going to kill each other. Okay. Let's say like a gang war. Beef Supreme. Let's say Beef Supreme and I are at a bar. We're members of a rival gang and we see each other and we don't do anything about it. And we just kind of sit there or whatever. That's kind of like normal diplomatic relations. And then let's say that we're in a state of war, which means that it's on site. So you see me, you're going to pull out your gun and shoot me. I see you, I'm going to pull out my gun and shoot you. Okay, we're in a declared state of war. We're in a declared state of hostilities. And not only that, when we see each other, it's on site and we're going to kill each other. Now, let's say that we both go to the bar. We're not in a declared state of war, but we're not in a declared state of peace. And then you and I start talking shit. And then because you're talking shit, I beat the fuck out of you. That's not the same as a gang war, right? Because number one, I didn't kill you. Number two, we're not in a declared level of open hostilities. Now, we can see how this would lead to war, where you and me kill each other on site, but it's not the same as being involved in a war. It's just like we don't like each other, and when we see each other, we're going to try to beat the shit out of each other. I think that's like an appropriate analogy. Connor, are you a jet or a shark? I forget which one. Which one's which? I'm a greaser. I want to put on a leather jacket, and I want to put like 10 pounds of gel in my hair, and I want to ride a motorcycle and smoke cigarettes. And then under my leather jacket, I want to have a rolled up t-shirt where I keep a pack of cigarettes in my rolled up t-shirt sleeve. It kind of is. Have you been in a fist fight before? Is a fist fight the same as murdering people? That just tells me that you don't understand a spectrum of... Do you know what a spectrum is? Well, I disagree. You can't disagree, Beef Supreme. Do you know what a spectrum is? All right, I'm going to draw it out for Beef Supreme. Fuck it. You guys always bitch to me about doing like real coverage. You're like, Connor, do real coverage. Connor, do real coverage. Connor, talk about serious shit. I'm sick of all the fucking sex drama. Okay, well, guess what? We're doing real coverage, so we're actually going to dive into real ideas. Grassroots has done 70% of the donations today, and he already oiled like a motherfucker. So y'all need to step the game up because Grassroots is carrying everybody. But Grassroots donated 100. Vazraka gifted Grassroots 20 and another 20. And then we got, I think this is Jeb Kush with the 5. And I think I got Fashion 40 with the 5. So like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got in, memberships if you got in, my parasocially love you. Let's draw the spectrum of violence and let's draw the spectrum of warfare before we do the segment. Because I think Beef Supreme saying I disagree doesn't make any fucking sense to me whatsoever, considering that I've just described it in 2 metaphors that I think are quite accurate. So I think you don't agree, not because you can't understand the conceptualization, but because you're just like, I think this is bad, which is fine. You can think it's bad. You can think it's bad to have the United States running around the world punching people in the face because it runs the risk of starting open warfare. I'm perfectly fine with that. Saying running around just punching people in the face is bad. It's like, okay, I agree with you. So let's do the spectrum of violence and interpersonal violence. And let's describe them real quick. So let's say total peace. We are friends / allies and we won't fight. Then let's say there's rivals. We don't like each other, but we're not gonna fight. By the way, weirdly enough, it's not that deep. Catch you later. Dude, if you keep being a pussy, I'm gonna ban you eventually. You can't you can't start an idea and then say, I'm out once you start the idea. That hell to the fuck no, Beef Supreme. And I think that might be the second time that you've done that, by the way. So, third time, I'm not going to be a happy camper. Let's put it that way. So let's say, bristling hostilities. We talk shit. We might fight. Oh, Reginald, I disagree. True. All right, then we gon' fist fight on site. I'm gonna murder you. All right, so that's the spectrum of interpersonal violence. So let's analogize this to a nation state. Sorry for the fart sounds. I'm just bored while I'm drawing. So this one is fine. Total peace. We are friends / allies. Then rivals. We don't like each other, but we're not gonna fight. Now, I think for this, bristling hostilities, I would say here we do sanctions, embargoes, what's the diplomatic censure, etc. I think that's bristling hostilities. Then in this analogy, it would be like acts of war without declaring war, like seizing oil tankers that are sanction busting. Because I don't think Russia is going to war over us capturing their oil tankers. You know what I'm saying? Like they probably won't go to war, but they are going to be pissed because we're seizing billions of dollars of their shit. All right, declared war. We will blow up your military, leaders, infrastructure, and resisting civilians / militias. And I think that's war. Now, I think what people are astutely pointing out, which is fine, and if Beef Supreme wanted to stay and not be a wussy, admit, like I would happily admit this, is that by blowing up military / leaders, we are inviting war without declaring it. And I think that's a perfectly fine thing to say. I mean, I was kind of talking shit about Beef Supreme, but he was saying the thing that I was talking shit about is he's like, well, I don't recognize the spectrum. But that isn't, Beef isn't leaving because you pissed him off. Okay. Well, if he had something else to do, then my apologies. Guys, what are we talking about? Wars with others besides Iran? No, we're talking about the spectrum of violence, Jen Winkler. Keep up. So, war / personal spectrum of violence. I misspelled that horribly. And so, what Lactoid was saying, which I think is true, okay? I just think it's true, is that we've done this shit without AUMFs repeatedly, okay? We did this to Slobodan Milosevic. We did this to the Serbian army during the conflict in Yugoslavia. We did this in Grenada. We did this in Lebanon. We did this in Somalia. We did this in Korea. We did this in arguably Vietnam, even though we had an AUMF. And I think that we should have an AUMF, right? I think we should have an authorization for use of military force if we're just going to start randomly blowing up foreign leaders. But I think the problem with this whole line of argumentation is basically that we just got done doing this, okay? We just got done doing this with Obama. Okay? And that's what's frustrating to me about this, because Obama exercised incredible amounts of power from the executive office, and plenty of Republicans, including myself, were like, hey man, this might be like the good thing. These might be like incredibly well intended, but he's not going through Congress, and he's using executive orders, and he's stretching authorizations for uses of military force to the maximum degree possible. And while you have Obama in here right now, and you think that he's the liberal messiah, there might be a bad person who seizes the wheel of power, and then he uses the same power in a really fucked up way. And then Donald Trump was effectively the fulfillment of that prediction. So as an example, what was it? In Syria, Bashir al-Assad, the way that they stretched the AUMF in order to cover Bashir al-Assad was that during the Iraq conflict, Bashir al-Assad told his own jihadists that were in his government and opposed his rule that if they wanted to go be jihadists in Western Iraq. And so plenty of the jihadists were like, say no more, fam, we're outie. And then they dipped out to Western Iraq, and then they fought coalition forces, including Americans, and they killed Americans. So when the Arab Spring happened and large swaths of the Syrian population stood up and started protesting and fighting government forces, we were like, based, we hate Russia, we hate Bashir al-Assad because Bashir al-Assad is allied with Iran and they're allied with Russia. We're going to fuck with Bashir al-Assad by supporting the rebels. And we used the 2002 AUMF in order to justify that, which was very, very, very loose interpretation. And so as a result of that loose interpretation, we started providing air cover for rebels in Syria. And when the Russians and the Syrians were accused of indiscriminately barrel bombing their population, which is true, they definitely did do that. And then they were also accused of using chemical weapons. We bombed the fuck out of military sites and government forces. And then same thing with Libya. So Muammar Gaddafi in the 1980s, he was arguably responsible for something called the Lockerbie bombing. He got a jihadist group to plant a bomb on a transnational flight that was over Scotland, and it blew up and it killed like 200 people. And allegedly the Libyan government supported that. And eventually they admitted fault and they paid restitution to the families. Now, Muammar Gaddafi arguably came into the NATO and European orbit, but it seemed like we didn't actually forgive him for paying restitution to the Lockerbie bombing families. We actually still wanted to kill him. So when a bunch of people during the Arab Spring tried to overthrow the Libyan government, we were like, say no more, fam. We're gonna give air cover to the rebels. And then we gave air cover to the rebels until the Libyan civilians actually found Muammar Gaddafi in a retention ditch, dragged him out, stabbed him in his asshole, and shot him to death. So like, you know, we're kind of doing the same thing again. Now, this is way more intense. Like blowing up the Ayatollahs, blowing up their military infrastructure, blowing up their military bases, risking armed conflict without a single consultation with Congress prior to launching a major air campaign. And you think, like, I think the Libya and Syrian air operations were a huge stretch. This is an even bigger stretch. This is stretching the AUMF to the point that it's going to snap. But we already saw this in the Caribbean as well. They were trying to use the 2002 AUMF, 2001-2002 AUMF, which authorizes the United States to take preemptive action against terrorists against the United States. They declared narco-terrorist organizations that have not committed terrorist attacks in the United States as terrorist organizations that fall under the 2002 AUMF, and they declared fentanyl a way of conducting a terrorist attack, and then they used that as pretext to start blowing up civilian vessels in the Caribbean. So without Congress stepping in to actually say, no, you're going too far, fuck you, this isn't going anywhere. This is an overt declaration of war. It's not. It's not an overt declaration of war, because an overt declaration of war comes from Congress. And it also involves us entering into a state of armed conflict where we are hell-bent on the destruction of the Iranian state and we're at war with the Iranian people. It's a special class. Like, let's see what the federal code of war is real quick. And I'll read the super chats. I see that some super chats came in, so I'll read them momentarily. But let me see. War federal code definition. 18 U.S. Code 2331. International terrorism, nation of the United States, person in act of war. The term act of war means any act occurring in the course of a declared war, armed conflict between military forces of any origin. That's not what I'm looking for. Let's see. Definition of war from 18 U.S.C. 231. The term act of war means any act occurring in the course of a declared war, a armed conflict, whether or not it has been declared between two or more nations. C, armed conflict between military forces of any origin. That's not what I'm looking for either. That's the same thing, but I'm looking for it. Definition of declared war, U.S. Federal Code. A formal act by Congress that initiates a state of war with another nation, legally authorizing the president to use all necessary military force, seizing enemy property, and activating standby statutes. So what are standby statutes? Legal state of war. It establishes a formal state of war enabling the U.S. to kill combatants, seize property, and terminate treaties. So not only can we kill combatants... Damn, we really fucked this republic up, huh? We really fucked this shit up. When Ben Franklin said, a republic if you can keep it, that boy was not fucking around. Seize property and activate standby statutes. Quote unquote standby statutes? That's a weird sentence. Standby statutes. And then what's the other one? Ooh. Terminate treaties. That's the other one that I wanted. The standby statutes give the president control of the economy. Ooh. Presidential control of economy. That's crazy pants. That's probably why we don't do it that often. Including manufacturing. That's bananas. That's interesting. Statutory authority to activate standby statutes allowing presidential powers such as controlling manufacturing plants for weaponry. Distinction from authorization. Unlike a declaration, Congress has frequently passed AUMFs, resolutions to permit specific military action without a formal declaration of war. Interesting. Let's take a look at the 1973 Wars Powers Resolution, because he might already be in violation of that. All right, let me take a look at the Declaration of War Clause real quick. The Declare War Clause is a central element of Congress's war powers, and it means is amongst those heavily debated. The Supreme Court has observed that only Congress has the power to declare war, but the implications of this exclusive assignment are not well settled. In particular, the relationship between Congress's power to declare war and the President's war powers granted under Article 2 of the Constitution is a subject of significant disagreement. The first draft of the Constitution considered in Philadelphia in 1787 would have given Congress the power to make war, but the framers substituted the word declare in what James Madison described as an effort to ensure that the President was empowered to repel sudden attacks. Under Congress's interpretation of the Constitution, the President may introduce troops into hostile circumstances if Congress has declared war, specifically authorized the President to use force, or there is a national emergency created by an attack on the United States or its territories. The executive branch claims such broader authority and asserts that the Constitution empowers the President to initiate and engage in many types of military action without congressional authorization. While this interbranch debate remains active, other questions concerning the Declare War Clause have been settled by long-standing practice and judicial opinions. For example, the Supreme Court has recognized that Congress need not issue a formal declaration of war to authorize the United States to engage in military action. Congress also can, by statute, authorize the President to use force within defined parameters that do not rise to the level of a general declaration of war. The United States has issued declarations of war against 11 countries during 5 conflicts, but has not formally declared war since World War II. As a result, statutory authority has become the predominant method of Congress to permit military action since World War II. The Supreme Court has also observed that the Declare War Clause confers broad authority upon Congress to pursue the war effort. The power to declare war, the Supreme Court in 1870, involves the power to prosecute it by all means in any manner in which war may be legitimately prosecuted. In line with this interpretation, Congress has enacted an extensive set of statutes that trigger a host of special wartime authorities concerning the military, foreign trade, energy, communications, alien enemies, and other issues if Congress declares war. Okay, War Powers Resolution of 1973 summary. The War Powers Resolution of 1973 is a federal law passed after President Nixon's veto to check the executive branch's power to commit U.S. armed forces to armed conflict without congressional consent. It requires the president to notify Congress within 48 hours of deploying troops into hostilities and limits their engagement to 60 days without a formal declaration of war or authorization. Okay. Well, at least we have 60 days as long as they don't loosely use the Ayatollah just needs to hold out for 60 days. Unless the Trump administration argues that they're authorized to do so under the 2002 AUMF. Holy shit. Dude, Congress needs to repeal and replace the 2002 AUMF. The 2001-2002 AUMF is way too broad. Oh, no. Oh, my God. We are just careening off of a cliff, huh? Man, that is brutal. We need to repeal and... Dude, this shit is making me like a libertarian. I shit you not. We need to repeal and replace the Patriot Act. Especially with like Palantir coming down the pipeline. Holy shit. I need to be the... Well, number one, I need to get above 100 live stream viewers. Number two, I need to run as a conservatarian for Congress because this shit is crazy. This shit is wild. Ugh. Ugh. Almost gave myself a neck cramp. Let me move you guys down here real quick and let me just react to chat real quick with what we've just read. Unfortunately, I thought that this was going to be a lot of neoconservative memeing about like killing Ayatollahs is based, which it is based, by the way. But I think that in order to correct the absolute absurd amount of power that has been given to the executive, Congress needs to reassert its war powers. We need to repeal and replace the 2001-2002 AUMF, and we need to repeal and replace the Patriot Act. It's pretty bad. It's not great. It's not my favorite. So, Grassroots with another 20 says, think of it as a Hobbesian state of nature. We are in open hostility. The door is kicked wide open now. Yeah. The Dashing Rogue says, keep up the good work for $2. Thank you for the chip, King. I appreciate you. And then Fellow Runner for 5 says, this is actually a psychic protection sticker for all the psychic damage this week. Bruh. I'm quickly becoming a Massey head. I'm quickly becoming a masshole. Not because I'm from Massachusetts, but because I think Massey's correct. Yeah, right actions, wrong people. Yeah. Yep. Hi, Tay. It's good to see you, King. Speaking of which, we're at a 9 out of 10 on the goal with 45 minutes left. If somebody wants to throw $2, $5, $10 into the chat just so I can reset the goal, that would be great. Grassroots has been donating up a storm. I know that motherfucker got paid because he oiled with $100 and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's done another $100 by $20 super chats. But I also want to thank everybody else. Thank you, Fellrunner. Thank you, Dashing Rogue. Thank you, Fashion 40. Thank you. Who is this? Vazraka with the gifted. Thank you, Fast and Bulbous. Thank you. But yeah, I know Grassroots got paid. All right, but if anybody has $2, $5, $10, it would be appreciated so I can reset the goal. Let me read chat for a minute though, because I want to see. Unironically, I am becoming more of like a conservatarian Massey head. This is crazy.
Matthew Talder says, I forgot the details, but Obama did go to Congress to ask permission to increase strikes in Syria. Congress denied him. Then the Republicans said he was weak and went back on his threats. True. John Democracy says, bro just needs to lock in for 60 days. Yeah. The Ayatollah just needs to just lock in for 60 days, bro. And then the war powers resolution can save your ass. Really bringing that authoritarian vibe that liberal countries don't like. True. We need to Morgan Freeman this bitch. I don't know what you mean by that, but sure. Like I said, right actions, wrong people. Patriot Act is like the only issue the libertarians are correct on. True. Conservative liberalism says Connor is now realizing the things I realized over 20 years ago. We have created the structure of abuse and the ring of power is being forged. Snowden was based. No, he wasn't. He was a fucking traitor. But yeah, no, what's not based is Congress not stepping up to the plate and actually balancing out the executive. That's what's cringe. Christian Blair says if Trump was considered, he would look to Russia next, not fucking Cuba or wherever else is South or Central America. Yeah. Actually, unironically, if he used this as leverage to like intimidate Putin into peace, I would be like, all right. Tay says, oh God, so the chemtrails are right around the corner. Yes, correct. Zarenthius says Connor has slipped from neocon and has come closer to the lib side of libertarian for now. Yeah, I know, for like 30 seconds. I'm still with Taze's argument though of effectively like based action, wrong people to execute. And thank you. Thank you for pushing us over the edge. Airborne Kite with the 5. Jeb Kush says, the hawk in me is gleeful, the liberal in me is concerned. Yep. I think that's the exact right balance. James's blessings of the Holy See. Thank you. Dana Calico Cloud says, okay, girl hottest, I just popped in because I read an article that was scary. Macron ain't playing no more. Nuclear armed fighter jets on the way. What the fuck? Way to change the news cycle from Trumpstein files. What, you mean the French or the... Dude, the fucking Iranians blew up like one French base. So Macron is like, I'm going to send in tornadoes with nuclear-tipped tactical missiles. That's crazy. Macron is a war hawk now? That's bananas. Xena says, shoe on head is a clone is Kiwi Sunset. Thank you. Let's interrupt our geopolitical and war powers resolution analysis so we can find the shoe on head clone that... Oh, yeah, dude, this is it. This is 100% it. So let me pull up shoe on head real quick, and then let me show you. I genuinely think this is pathetic, guys. I'm really talking shit about Armored Skeptic. The chances of him seeing this clip are next to nothing, but I do think this is kind of pathetic. So hold on a second. Let's pause the geopolitical analysis. Okay. This is Shoe on Head. She is a leftist, libertarian, horseshoe freak who thinks that she loves peace and love and Care Bears and all that bullshit, but then she makes excuses for like tanky revolutionary pieces of shit while being unironically married to a Christian nationalist, Catholic, dissident right-wing freak. And her previous boyfriend, long-term boyfriend of a decade, was an anti-social justice warrior atheist. Okay? So that's Shoe on Head. She's cute in an emo way, but that's her deal. She's a anti-social justice warrior, political commentator, libertarian socialist who married a dissident right-wing Catholic. Now, her ex-boyfriend is Armored Skeptic, or ex-boyfriend, I should say, Skeptic. And Armored Skeptic has been depressed. I think he's handsome. Okay? I think he's handsome. I think he was like a little bit thick. He got skinny, but now he's like scary skinny where he's like almost sallow. But here's Shoe on Head and him being boys, being friends, being boyfriend, girlfriend. And they had a public relationship. But I think he's actually like, despite being a little thick, I think he's a handsome guy. But since the anti-SJWs kind of devolved into anti-right-wing bullshit, he's like fallen off a cliff. He started doing like conspiracy theory debunking videos. His metrics are shit. He bitches on his Patreon about how he's like on the verge of suicide and this, that, the other. He kind of fell off. And then not just that, but he actually seems legitimately depressed. So I actually hope that I hope Armored Skeptic makes a rebound. But with Shoe on Head, apparently, once again, I am telling you what I heard from the grapevine, and I don't even know anybody close to the situation at all. I really don't. This is not from a friend of a friend. Okay, this is like internet rumor bullshit. Okay? The internet rumor bullshit was that Armored Skeptic was an edgy boy who didn't want to grow up. He wanted to stay as an atheist. He didn't want to have kids. He didn't want to settle down. He didn't want to get married. He didn't want to move to New York where June, I think her name is, June Lapine, she lives in New York. Didn't want to move to New York, all that kind of stuff. And then she didn't want to move to Canada because she didn't want to go into his like atheist stoner cave in Canada and just kind of like ride out the next 5 decades as they continue to be slightly above average childless YouTube creators. Right? So they break up. Well, what happens allegedly immediately afterwards is that guy starts following Kiwi Sunset. Okay? And Kiwi Sunset, correct me if I'm wrong, this is just a clone of Shoe on Head. It really is just like a decade younger OnlyFans Shoe on Head. So I'm really not trying to, I'm going to exit this because she's posting a lot of stuff that's like, it's not safe for work, basically. But I'm not even trying to comment on the safe for work, not safe for work thing. But that is a likeness that is far too close. And so to destroy your relationship, but then start simping for a clone of your ex, that's crazy pants. Anyways, back to geopolitical analysis. So, missed the 6-7 joke? Well, let me read some of this stuff. Mr. Feeney says Shoe on Head's definitely not a leftist anymore. She was sponging off of her husband's views, if I recall. The socialist to Christian nationalist pipeline is not that far. It's the horseshoe. They're the top of the horseshoe. Fellrunner says, I want Taze takes this week. Schedule it. That's up to Taze. If Taze is, if Taze wants to start a formal Taze takes weekly segment, we could do that. Gamer says, oh, I literally thought she was the satire leftist. Nope. She's sincere. Fat Greg, they call him. Do you guys remember old Greg? Can some other boomer confirm whether or not you know the reference old Greg, who drinks Baileys from a shoe? Oh, sorry. Did I not show you guys did I just go back to full screen? I don't even know if I was showing you guys any pictures for the past 10 minutes. Was I showing you pictures or was I not showing you pictures? Oh. You donate, you nerd? I think Grassroots just donated $2 to get us over the goal, but I think we were already over the goal. I just didn't reset the goal. My apologies. Let me reset the goal. Sometimes I actually have to click on it like 10 times. Come on, buddy. Reset. I believe in you. Reset the goal. Reset the goal. I've clicked on it like 20 times. It's not resetting. I've clicked it. I've set all the buttons properly. 10 super chats, $2 or higher, over the course of 2 hours is the goal. I'm clicking set goal. It's not doing anything. That's not my fault. Anyways, Taze every week. Yes, please. Oh, you guys want sanity? Not old Greg. What you doing in my waters? Daddy's in the chat says, I'm out, guys. Meow. What? What are you going to do? Are you going to go subscribe to Kiwi Sunset? Weird old Greg. I'm old Greg. I drink Baileys from a boot. Is it Baileys from a shoe or Baileys from a boot? I forget. We all come eventually. Happy to have you. It's attached to your rod, you mother licker. Never asked Cotter about his perspective on the age of consent. Well, I don't know why. I have a pretty sane one. Yep. She was anti-SJW, pro-MRA, now dissident libertarian maggot. Wonder what her view on Trump is attacking Iran. I'm sure she's freaking out. I'm sure she hates it. No, not everybody sees Snowden as a traitor. The only reason why I see Snowden as a traitor is because he didn't sufficiently redact his releases in order to not compromise the national security state. If he wanted to go to the American people, like let's say that he was legitimately a whistleblower and he wanted to call out the fact that the NSA and CIA and all that kind of stuff had a illegal spying program using contractors to do broad anti-American surveillance and that they were exceeding their mandate to illegal degrees, then that's fine. But where I draw the line is leaking all the information that evidences that perspective without redactions to the point that it compromises the actual state. Like evidencing your claims in order to call out people and start a scandal that makes Congress freak out, no problems. That's based. Releasing everything and getting American intel assets smoked, fuck you. So, Sacred So says, not for long. Soon you'll be ranting about seatbelts, chemtrails, and age of consent. Oh, you guys are making libertarian references. That makes sense. That makes sense. It was Snowden gave it to the journalist. It was the journalist's job to redact. Nope. As a security professional, it was Snowden's job to redact. That's like if I was working for. It's the same thing with Chelsea Manning. Didn't Chelsea Manning release a bunch of shit to WikiLeaks? So Chelsea Manning was disturbed by military after action reports. And so she went to WikiLeaks and released a bunch of shit. But some of that was compromising of military operations. She just as easily could, and she's a trans gal, by the way, so I'm being incredibly respectful right now. She could have redacted the information that was American security operations secrets that could get people killed. And then I would have no problems with what she did. If she actually found after action reports that were disturbing, that effectively recounted documented American war crimes, and she wanted to get that to the press, she totally could have redacted which units, where they were operating, where they were located, their human intel sources, their locations of operation, et cetera, et cetera. She could have redacted it and released the same information, and she would have been an American hero. But that lack of prudence and the willingness to get your own countrymen killed makes it so you're not on my team. You're not on my team. Taze has made one of the best Gundam video essays ever. Yeah, he has. If you guys haven't Googled it yet, you should Google Travis Taze, Travis, Taze, Taez, and then add in Iron-Blooded Orphans. I'm not even going to spell that for you. Iron-Blooded Orphans, common spelling. But if you check that out, he straight up did an amazing Gundam video essay. And he only has I don't know, a few hundred, maybe a few thousand subs as a result of it. But he basically dropped like a high quality video essay and then didn't do anything else again. Then he was like, all right, that was enough. I'm going to drop my piping hot video essay and then I'm going to dip out. Oh, it's as slurred as the War Thunder leaks. I think the War Thunder leaks are hilarious because apparently what happens is a lot of people play War Thunder, including a lot of active duty military. And so War Thunder, apparently, I have no idea if this is true, but they really try to authenticate how accurate the weapon systems are in War Thunder, the video game. And so active duty military, this has happened seriously like 5 or 6 times. They get into arguments with random people on the internet about the capacities of random military technology. And then they keep releasing top secret and secret documentation in War Thunder forums in order to win arguments with random members of the public. Which, once again, so stupid, borderline treasonous, also hilarious, don't know what to do about it. So, yeah. Bradley, Chelsea Manning, and Obama pardoned them. They were supposed to do 35 years. Did Obama pardon them? Because I thought they commuted their sentence because they'd already served like 5 or 10 years. I forget how long they were in prison. They were in prison for a minute, and a lot of people, a lot of liberals and progressives were arguing that Bradley / Chelsea Manning needed to be released immediately, and Obama did wait till the end of his term to do it. Kind of made Chelsea sweat there a little bit. Dr. Zaya says, who remembers when ContraPoints was all excited to interview Chelsea Manning and then instantly realized they're a schizo freak? No, I don't remember that. Harstar says, most Tay's thing to do, be incredible at something on his first try and then be like, oh yeah, I could crush doing this and then never do it again. That's Tay's. Sacred Snow says, in Dylan Burns' documentary on Ukrainian artillery crews, they were playing War Thunder in the trenches during downtime. That's unsurprising. Yeah, unsurprising. Grassroots says shoe shit is great for our kind of moderates. I don't agree at all. I think she's straight up like schizo, tanky, anti-statist, doesn't understand any history at all. I think she's like a 90 IQ anti-federal government video essayist. I must have been on drugs then because I have no clue who that is. Chelsea Manning? You don't know who Chelsea Manning is? Chelsea Manning is a trans girl who leaked a bunch of shit to WikiLeaks. Anyways, we haven't even done any content yet, so let me go ahead and get cracking. Grassroots was like, you monster. Well, truth hurts, doesn't it? Thanks for all the donations, by the way. Please don't refund them. So, my bad. my bad for insulting your queen. All right, let's do a full cam. Let's do an intro. Let's watch this. Let's break it down. I love Chris Cappy, so I'm going to trust him to walk us through this. I don't know who Chelsea is. Yeah, it's just a trans girl who leaked a bunch of military secrets to WikiLeaks. All right. Anyways. Hi, guys. Welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I got a spicy meatball for you today. We blew up Iran. Weird. No declaration of war. We stretched out the authorization for use of military force. We killed their ayatollahs. We killed a bunch of their military infrastructure. We destroyed a bunch of their airplanes. We destroyed a bunch of their airfields. We blew up some of their missile silos. We repulsed their attack when they launched continental ballistic missiles and Shahed drones at us. We didn't succeed. There actually are American airmen that have been killed. Not just airmen, American military members who have been killed. Allegedly, our stats, although they're expected to rise, are 3 American dead at this point, with several others critically wounded. And then not just that, but 3 F-15s. Somebody told me this morning. 3 F-15s, which are air superiority fighters, which have like a huge air advantage and have a long history of serving the Republic well. 3 of them were shot down by the Kuwaiti air defenses in a friendly fire incident. Now, apparently all of the pilots have survived, which is also kind of crazy. Like, I don't know how they lost the airframe, but the pilots are also uninjured. That's kind of bananas. I expect that story to develop as well. But basically, there's a lot of acts of war around the Iranian Revolutionary Republic, and yet there isn't a declared state of war. The way that my chat and I have spent the past hour or two is effectively going over the War Powers Resolution, the requirement to declare war, whether or not that even exists, whether or not we're in a declared state of war with the Iranian Revolutionary Republic, and what are the limits on the president's authority in reference to this stuff. And the answer is, historically, not much. Unless Congress decides to act to tell the president to limit his military actions in Iran, there's really nothing we can do. And with a Republican Congress that has been simping for the Trump administration, I don't know. Literally, my answer to my geopolitical and political analysis in reference to this is killing the Ayatollahs is cool. Doing so without any congressional authorization is cringe. And we have no idea how this is going to shake out. So at least we got Chris Cappy, who's a military veteran who is an astute and insightful, if average intelligence, but astute and insightful military analyst. and he's going to walk us through the military operation decapitation strike that happened over the past couple of months. Oh, and one more note before we get into the content. This is also in the backdrop. We have a community member from Iran named Kazra, and they told us like a month ago, hey, shit's getting crazy. If you don't see me or hear from me, then shit's popped off and I might be dead. Well, what happened since then is the Iranian government has slaughtered 40,000 of its own citizens in nationwide protests. So we really just don't know what's going to happen. I know that I said a note to a note. Here's another note. All the leftists are simping for the Iranian regime. Color me shocked. Fuck Hassan Piker. Fuck all his orbiters. Anyways, let's see what Chris Cappy has to say.
The United States is war maxing again. Behind me is the live conflict map showing where US and Israeli forces just struck inside of Iran. Every one of these geolocated icons that you see here marks a confirmed impact point. Fighter jets and cruise missiles hit regime targets across the country, even killing Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei. And today we're going to get into how they accomplished that. Because on February 28th, 2026, the United States and Israel launched what was called Operation Epic Fury, this massive joint attack against
I hate the name.
Against the Islamic Republic. More than 1,000 targets were hit just in the opening wave alone. The stated objective is simple: regime change. So today, we're going to map out this offensive campaign. We're going to examine Iran's retaliation, and we're going to conduct an initial battle damage assessment to see how close US forces are to their stated goal of regime change. Then, at the end of the video, we'll zoom out a little bit, and we'll look at how this operation fits into the broader American grand strategy that we see unfolding across the globe in the past few weeks. The attack began at 9 a.m. local time in Iran, and from that moment, the clock started ticking. And that's because it was a race between two different strategies. Could the US and Israel dismantle the regime's ballistic missiles fast enough, or could Tehran sustain a relentless pace of strikes before retaliating with their own ballistic missile storm? Surprisingly, the attack began in broad daylight, and we'll see why in just a minute. In the morning hours, a wave of airstrikes hit the Iranian capital of Tehran. Just massive explosions shook the city, and according to eyewitness accounts, it triggered chaos across multiple different districts. Videos are now emerging, and they show the sheer scale of destruction. And that matters, because if you look at the Iranian population density map here, because I love looking at maps, you can see that the vast majority of people live right here in Tehran. That's where the population center is. Much of the area in the center there of the country is just empty. But there in Tehran is also where much of the regime's command leadership is concentrated. At the same time, something visually striking, I think, happened across the region. Airspace over Iran and large parts of the Middle East effectively went dark. Commercial traffic vanished. You see similar empty corridors over Ukraine and Eastern Europe, and these huge gaps in the global flight patterns are a stark reminder and an indicator of how there are multiple active conflicts happening across the globe right now, and they're just glomming closer and closer together to one another. It's creating visible holes in the map.
That's crazy. I don't know if you guys, if you'll take a look at your screen. Let me go back 5 seconds. So Western China has no airline traffic, which that's Tibet and Xinjiang. And so I don't think there's any active conflict going on there, but I do find there's not a lot of population out there, but I also do find that a little bit alarming because that's probably where all the concentration camps are. So that's kind of crazy. And then if you look at the other holes in the map, we got, Russia, but this is like the most sparsely populated areas of Russia. We got Ukraine, which has a giant hole in the map, which obviously the Ukrainian conflict is raging on right now, and they did lose a commercial liner. We got Libya, which is in a constant state of civil war, and then we have Sudan, which is also in a constant state of civil war. So realistically, it's kind of crazy. That means that shitloads of people are not flying through Libya, Sudan, Ukraine, and Iran for fear of getting shot down. I do find that interesting. Oh, and then also Yemen. Yemen has a giant commercial gap. Holy fazoli. It's crazy that you can actually see it on the map.
Closer together to one another. It's creating visible holes in the map. This footage released by the United States government shows cruise missiles launching toward Iranian targets in the morning because just in the first 12 hours of the campaign, US forces alone reportedly carried out nearly 900 strikes across Iran. Did you see that footage of those Tomahawk cruise missiles flying just 200 feet overhead? They're flying what's called nap of the earth as low as possible to avoid Iranian radar and missile intercepts. As they fly overhead, it sounds like...
Dude, that footage is bananas. If you're not looking at your screen, this is Chris Cappy, how the US toppled Iran in 12 minutes. You need to like go back. I'm obviously going to comment on it. You can listen if you're not watching. I know some of you guys are like busy working and shit. If you're not looking at your screen right here, 3 minutes in, you can see Tomahawk cruise missiles flying, like he said, 200 feet off of the deck.
Like a low-flying jet. That is insane.
Fast and Bulbous says, Connor, this is your ADHD speaking. Name 5 Mexicans. Mi amigo Villa, mi amigo Tevez, mi amigo Salas, mi amigo... Let me think. How many other Mexican... I don't want to mix up my Puerto Rican friends. Who are my other Mexican friends? Damn, I really only have 3 Mexican friends. Somebody said rewind it. Okay. I'm going to rewind it, but this shit is actually bananas. So if you weren't looking at your screen, look at your screen now.
Just in the first 12 hours of the campaign, US forces alone reportedly carried out nearly 900 strikes across Iran. Did you see that footage of those Tomahawk cruise missiles flying just 200 feet overhead? They're flying what's called nap of the earth as low as possible to avoid Iranian radar and missile intercepts. As they fly overhead, it sounds like a low-flying jet. That is insane to see footage of 21 of them flying right next to each other. And here we see the evidence of that F-35s and F-A-18E Super Hornets launching from US aircraft carriers. Their strikes hit this Iranian drone platform and multiple ballistic missile launch sites, as we see in this footage from the government. Further south, Iranian naval facilities near Chabahar were also targeted, and that's interesting because those bases were left untouched during the 2025 strikes. So this is a major escalation that we're seeing here. This satellite image shows the aftermath inside the port. An Iranian frigate sits shattered and burning at the moorings after being hit. But first, all the editing work...
Okay, real quick, okay? This is war, man. This is war. I know that I was really trying to sweep earlier in the day and say, oh... a declared state of war is a higher end of hostility, and therefore this doesn't technically count as war, and Trump can do it for 60 days based off of the war powers resolution. Legally, that's true. But dismantling the entirety of the enemy's military and governmental infrastructure in order to try to encourage the civilian population to overthrow said government, it's just fucking war, bro. And think about the complexity of the Iranian security state. I know that it seems paltry and almost laughable compared to American military power, but at the same time, think about that. The Iranians had ballistic missile programs. They had advanced drone manufacturers. They were selling their advanced drone technology to Russia in their conflict with Ukraine. And apparently, we just blew up probably the entirety of their military fleet, the entirety of their ballistic missile program, and every single drone manufacturer that we were aware of. This is war in everything but name. Unfortunately, I'm becoming a Massey head because of this.
In today's episode was made possible only thanks to today's sponsor, Mando.
This video's sponsor is Mando deodorant. Do I ever sometimes smell?
Yes, definitely.
Mando is 72 hours protection. I don't know if you're...
Okay, I'll buy some Mando. But go buy Mando so you don't stink as much, okay? Up. 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 All right, back to it.
Coming out since then states that that was possibly a torpedo strike against that.
Amplefox says, did Connor support the strikes on Houthi pirates and Assad? Oh, yeah. I support these strikes. I just still think they're an extreme act of war.
That Iranian warship. This is the first confirmed loss of an Iranian warship since Operation Praying Mantis in the 1980s. And this buildup happened over the past 2 months. It wasn't just out of nowhere. This graph here, though, shows the scale of U.S. force deployment in the region over the past month leading up to the attack. A lot of people were asking me if this might lead to a
I love you too, Beef. I'm sorry for getting upsetty spaghetti. You know me. I'm a sensitive soul. I'm a sensitive soul. Somebody disagrees with me, I take personal offense to it, then I get upsetty spaghetti, then I have to draw a map about how I'm right and they're wrong. Then 70% of the time, we end up bridging the gap, and then we agree with each other anyways. You know me.
Ground attack from here in the future, and you can see from the type of assets that the United States moved into theater, this isn't a lot of tanks and armored vehicles and large masses of troops. No, what we're looking at here is mainly air power, Tomahawk cruise missiles launched from air, land, and sea. We're not talking about a major ground campaign here, and really it would kind of be impossible for the United States to conduct a ground campaign. The stated American objective was to annihilate the Iranian naval forces like they did in the 1980s. Reboot the sequel, this time we're serious. This I was not expecting. The US military released footage of them firing the ATACMS missiles at targets inside of Iran. Where did they even do this from? How are they within range? The top range on those are about 300 miles. So people believe they were fired from inside of Iraq on the western border. Deeper than that, though, U.S.
That's fucking crazy.
Central Command, CENTCOM forever as they're known, said on X that it had begun striking targets to, quote, dismantle the Iranian regime security apparatus. It said that the targets included the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps' command and control facilities, Iranian air defense capabilities, missile and drone launch sites, as well as military airfields. The first hours of the operation included precision munitions launched from air, land, and sea, and Operation Epic Fury involves reportedly the largest regional concentration of American military firepower in a generation. I thought it was surprising that President Trump came out and overtly said during his speech in an 8-minute address to the country that the overt goal was regime change operation. Personally, as an American hearing that, it's surprising to hear that just kind of putting the cards out on the table, not saying it's for something other than it is. It's surprising because in the past, many times leaders will play coy and be vague about their objectives, because if those objectives are not met by the military, this would be an embarrassment. But Trump stated that his goal is to overthrow the regime. Now, why would he hold himself to that? Why would he commit to that? Part of the reason from a strategic point of view, I could only give my personal read on it, is that it's because by saying that, by committing to regime change, it gives the Iranian people some kind of assurance that...
AK Batusai says, so what happens when Turkey invades Iran, seeing an opportunity for expansion? We laugh? Like, I don't know. Operation Rapestein? That's a spicy name. Now, if I'm pretty sure that NATO Article 5 can't be invoked in an offensive operation. Like, you have to be attacked first. So if the Turks took, like, western and northern Iran for their own territory, and then Iran struck back, and then Turkey was like, whoa, I'm being attacked. I don't know if that's how that works. Doobie says, have you seen the video of the hypersonic missile dodging by the Iron Dome interceptor? It's nuts how fast that shit is. Hopefully they show it. Hopefully Cappy shows it. If he doesn't show it, then I'll take a look at Twitter in a second.
If they revolt, they try to take control, then the U.S. has their back.
Operation Kaya is in trouble. Oh my God. Operation Electric Place. Oh my God. Operation Shock Therapy. Hell yeah. Let's go. Those are better names than Epic Fury for sure.
With airstrikes. It's a bold strategy, and we're going to have to see how it actually plays out. I'm personally skeptical of regime change operations in the Middle East after taking part in one in Iraq, but I'm not here to tell you guys what to think. America successfully hit Iranian radar stations as seen in this footage here, and then CENTCOM reported that they were...
Listen, come on. Little quick adventure. 20-minute adventure. In and out. 20-minute adventure. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I know that Iraq and Afghanistan were 20 years, but Iran, in and out, 20 minutes. It'll be fun.
Were the first large-scale ever attacks by a one-way drone that America had just produced based on the Iranian Shaheds. So CENTCOM came out and tweeted that this was their retaliation for them, their retribution. This is a great meme that came out of Oceanit.
Oh my God. We stole the Shaheds and then used them against Iran? Danger, danger. High voltage. Oh, can I show you guys terrible music? I'm going to interrupt the flow because I know that I'm going to edit this. So I can distract chat with a terrible song because I feel like
technical.
Because I know that if you guys love it, I can leave it into the YouTube video. And if you hate it, then I'll cut it out. High voltage song. Bidadadant. Dadadadant. Hold on. Before we listen to this, this is the gayest song I've ever heard. Like, you clearly need to be at minimum high on marijuana, at maximum high on cocaine or ecstasy. You need to be going to a gay club, and this needs to be the song that you're bumping on the way to the gay club. Okay? So it's called Danger High Voltage by Electric Six. Brace for impact.
Fire in the disco. Fire in the Taco Bell. Fire in the disco. Fire in the gates of hell. Now you wanna know how we keep starting fires? It's my desire. It's my desire. It's my desire. Don't you wanna know how we keep starting fires? It's my desire. It's my desire. It's my desire. Danger, danger. High voltage. When we touch. When we kiss. Danger, danger. High voltage. When we cut. When we kiss. When we touch. Danger, danger. High voltage. When we touch. And when we kiss. Danger, danger. High voltage.
We're almost done.
When we touch, when we kiss, when we touch, when we kiss.
You get the vibes. So anyways, if I was in Congress, I would vote on the War Powers Resolution in order to restrain the president's power. I would also vote on a passing resolution in order to rename the operation High Voltage or Kaya Place. Grassroots20 says, I did want to push you into a pool when you said that, lol. I'll love you like a brother or hate you like one, lol. True.
On X, he says Iranian Shahed attack drones and their American copies passing each other over the Persian Gulf, looking at each other kind of awkwardly, as us unks would say, awkward turtle. So what's interesting about that is that Iranian Shahed drones are based on US drone technology, which then copied Iran. It's a snake eating its own tail. Tyler Rajaway, the head over at the War Zone, an aviation expert, tweeted that he believed the B-2 bomber would likely show up this night, dropping their payload of 80 of their 500-pound munitions, saying, quote, entire airfield's infrastructure gone in a single pass. They would not be employed until the night, and they now have the benefit of highly degraded air defenses and disrupted command and control. This is when the air campaign will change, according to Tyler Rajaway. The Allies then came on to the attack at this point. As we'll see, the UK Prime Minister stated that they had joined the fight against Iran by lending their attack fighter jets. Then there was reports that Saudi Arabia had officially joined the fight as well, as reported by Fox and other sources. That would mean that what had been a long proxy war between Iran and Saudi Arabia had now just turned into a direct war.
Real Serious says, why does war always have to be so phallic? Because it's aerodynamic, bro.
When looking at the statements made by the Saudi Arabian government, though, it's unclear if they're saying that they were ready to join the fight or if they had already done that. If we zoom out for a quick second here, I have to ask, though, what effect will these attacks have? We've seen Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran. All client states of Russia are now being pressed hard, or already been pressed. These attacks seek to further weaken Russia's position in the war in Ukraine.
Hold on, let's take a look at that map. I wonder if Chris Cappy made this one. But this is a pretty good geopolitical map, and this is what I'm telling you, okay? So if you look at this map, it's vast swaths of territory. We got Russia, we got China, we got secondary allies like North Korea, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Yemen, Iran, some countries in Western Africa, and Venezuela. And what I'm telling you is if you take America, Canada, NATO countries, Saudi Arabia, India, and what do you call the Australian continent? I know Australia is technically a continent on top of being a country, but the Oceania or whatever it is, it's like 70% of the world economy. It's straight up 70% of the world economy. And so what's outside of our orbit, we're trying to press Russia, Belarus, China, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, etc., because these are the people who are outside of our economic, political, and military orbit.
Already been pressed. These attacks seek to further weaken Russia's position in the war in Ukraine. I believe my read of it, if the Islamic Republic is overthrown, it also weakens China's position, because 20% of China's oil came from Venezuela and Iran. However, it's important to note that there is always blowback and unplanned consequences, second-order effects, if you will. Geopolitical analyst Robert Morris pointed out on X, saying every bit of pain China experiences through
South Jersey Mass is an ally of ours, just shot down 3 of our planes, lives and $150 million gone. No, apparently all the pilots are alive, and it's $300 million. Each one of the F-15s was around $100 million. So we lost $300 million, but apparently all 6 pilots and co-pilots are alive.
Higher oil prices is experienced by all our European and Asian allies. It's a big gift to Russia too, he says, unquote. So it's unclear if this gamble by America will pay off or not. Skeptics believe it'll backfire, and supporters believe that this is geopolitical chess at its finest. But zooming back in, according to the Institute for the Study of War, their map on the situation, Israel has reportedly focused on decapitation strikes and military targets, while the United States has focused mostly.
Bastards, thanks for the 20. $10,001. I'll adopt Kaya. She's a good girl. Yep. Most dogs are good.
Just on military targets. So a Persian Gulf port was targeted with its critical oil and port facilities being hit. U.S. forces have hit a number of Iranian naval bases on the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman. The attacks were designed to decapitate the leadership and degrade the regime's network that suppresses rebellion. And we talked about this in a prior episode just a few days ago. We highlighted
what could Americans do with $300 million here at home? Well, it's $1 per American citizen, so you could give every American 2/3 of a McChicken. So I mean, two-thirds of a McChicken or a buck double. So, do you want 3 F-15 fighter jets? You know, securing oil overseas by blowing shit up? Or do you want 2/3 of a McChicken? You're only allowed to pick one.
How the system of repression at the Thrala headquarters would likely be targeted. Here we see information from the IDF on which leaders were hit. The Thrala headquarters.
No, they were F-15s. AK Batu Sai says, what kind of planes got shot down? Aren't they supposed to be stealth planes? Nope. They were F-15 Eagles. They've been in service for like 70 years, bro. They're still beautiful. There's something magical about American fighter craft. When was the first time the F-15 was in service? The F-15 was in service in 1976. These are 50-year-old aircraft. 50-year-old aircraft. Now, that being said, they've been substantially upgraded. F-15EX planes. So their avionics, their radar, their internal components, all that kind of stuff. They're supposed to be really badass. Like the new ones are really badass. And what I'll show you. So real quick, forgive me the ADD rant, okay? So I thought the F-16s were a smaller platform meant for air superiority, but Tiberius D, of all people, he corrected me on this, and he's saying that the F-16 only exists as a cheap alternative for allies. So the F-16, I thought the F-16s were badass, because I think they're used for the Thunderbirds aerial show. I guess the aesthetics are just peak because they're used for like the Air Force demonstration show. But apparently like an F-15 just like absolutely annihilates these things because they have 2 engines instead of 1. And they're, Timu F-15, apparently. So because the F-15s have 2 engines that are insanely powerful, so their thrust to weight ratio is just insane. Their acrobatic capabilities are insane. Their capacity to carry payload is insane. They just burn through a shitload of fuel in order to be capable of this. So the F-16s are a more economic choice for F-16 Delta Wing variant. F-16s are just like cheaper, but still highly advanced versions. And this is called the F-16 XL, which I love. It never went into production, but it's a Delta Wing version of the F-16 Fighting Falcon. It's beautiful. You better not put me in front of defense procurement, because I would bring this bitch back into production. I would make I would make F-16s Delta. I would bring back F-16 Delta Wings just for aesthetics alone. But anyways, the point is as well, the F-A-18 was my favorite fighter aircraft while growing up, mostly because of the movie Independence Day, and also their carrier-borne twin-engine aircraft. So the F-15, I think, has to take off from a longer runway, whereas the F-18 is designed for naval operations. So it can and reliably is used from, runways, but it's also reliably used from aircraft carriers as well. And it's a twin-engine air superiority fighter bomber. It's a multi-role fighter. And there's single pilot versions and there's twin pilot versions. They're amazing. Does anybody know if Nancy Guthrie is still missing? No idea. No idea. The amount of media coverage about Nancy Guthrie, it borderline makes me think that her family is involved, but then also the FBI said her family isn't involved. So I have no idea. I have no idea who Nancy Guthrie is. I have no idea who her kidnappers are. I have no idea what she's famous for. Whatever. What about the cartel shit happening at the border? Hit them with some F-18s. Hit him with some good old fighter plane autism.
Iran and its leadership was targeted. This is the organization responsible for suppressing those rebellions. The Israeli Air Force reportedly deployed 200 fighter jets that took off from their air bases and struck 500 military targets in western and central Iran. Their strike package included massive 2,000-pound bombs and standoff cruise missiles, which were aimed at Iran's remaining air defenses and ballistic missile launchers. They flew over Syria through a corridor where they refueled midair. Then they destroyed multiple targets in Iran. It appeared they had total air supremacy, Israel and the United States, at that moment. This corridor was further opened up and exploited through Syria from Israel after the fall of Assad. That's when it was really no threat for Israel to go through there and hit Iran through that corridor. This footage here, though, shows the effects of the attacks on these Iranian launch sites. This is being called the largest combat sortie in history. And according to the IDF, they struck multiple advanced SA-65 systems in western Iran, which had a range of over 20 kilometers. Over 200 American fighter jets joined the battle, intercepting incoming drones from Iran and missiles. They launched from 2 aircraft carriers in the region. They also came from Jordan, the UAE, and Kuwait, just to name a few locations. The over 20 American warships, including destroyers and submarines, that had been built up in the region over the past few months, launched dozens of Tomahawk cruise missiles at...
Oh. Yeah, South Jersey Matt said, I would support this more if Trump and MAGA didn't campaign on no new wars, making them douchebag hypocrites and Epstein distractors. 100%. I'm with you. The neocon in me is like, fuck yeah, fuck the Ayatollah, fuck the Iranian state. I hope that the Iranian people overthrow their authoritarian government and we usher in a new era of relations and peace. And this further economically isolates Russia and China from the liberal empire. That's what I'm hoping for. But the libertarian in me is like, this is an extreme stretch of the Patriot Act and the War Powers Acts. And the fact that the president of the United States can unilaterally launch a combined arms air campaign against the Iranian government and slaughter their entire command staff on a whim, that's kind of fucking crazy. So... but like the fact that we were able to do this without even, like, I would understand if you didn't want to do a congressional vote because this was like a first strike decapitation strike. But the mere fact that like the National Security Council, I don't even know if the council, like, is the NSC, is it like a body? Does it even have the capacity to vote? Or is it just like a subcommittee of the legislature? I'm sure they were consulted on this, but the fact that we don't have like a more complex process in order to do this advanced of a military operation is terrifying. And I think it needs to be run back in. Grassroots says $20 to check your DMs to prove we can make our weapons more phallic. Okay. I'll try not to dox you. Give me a second.
Their target. People on the ground in the path of the missiles recorded it with their phones, and we saw some wild footage come out of this. Those missiles can fly, you're looking at right there, those American cruise missiles can fly at 1,500 miles distance at 500 miles per hour with 1,000-pound munition, a warhead on top of that. To put into context the Tomahawk strength, think of it as being able to level a small suburban lot. It can destroy...
Okay. I know we're half paying attention to Cappy, half paying attention to commentary, but if you'll please consult your screens. Mr. Grassroots Hegemon wants to confirm with you fine folk at home that we could make war even more phallic, and he has cited the Austin Powers movie, where the weapon of mass destruction that Dr. Evil has launched is a rocket, but its fuel reserves or rocket boosters on either side, I haven't seen it yet, look very much like testicles. So while Chris Cappy is talking about a serious war with hundreds or thousands of people dying, I'm going to play a clip of Dr. Evil launching a phallus rocket.
A hill block with houses on it. Now take a look at this location here. This is a satellite image that it was obtained by the New York Times of the compound of the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. The battle damage assessment of the location shows the structure is extremely, let's say, damaged. We've since learned that multiple Iranian officials were killed in this one single strike. They all met at the same location in the morning. All of these bros that you're looking at here right now, they're all dead. The destroyed building is smoking rubble, and since the start of the campaign, Khamenei has been reportedly
they don't show it except for the beginning.
Contact, and we'll find out why in a second. Because thousands of IRGC personnel, including several senior officials, were reportedly killed or wounded at the military bases in the attack. And this video footage here shows smoke rising from that location. More footage here, more evidence piles on top of what happened, and the satellite images appear to show there's 3 small holes that would likely be American bunker buster bombs, reminiscent of the ones that we saw during the attack on Fordo. But could it reach the Supreme Leader's underground bunkers? Well, later reports came out that the people in Iran were celebrating his death, and by later in the day, on the first day of the war, we got confirmation that Iran's Supreme Leader was indeed confirmed killed in the attack, and that his body had been recovered from the debris. Israel's Netanyahu came out and said that Khamenei was the architect of the plan to destroy Israel in October 7th. Then Reuters came out and reported this, that the American CIA had assessed that if Khamenei was killed, there's a chance that the IRGC hardliners in the military would take control of the country. This is according to intelligence reports that Reuters
But did we kill them too?
saw. So the CIA assessment gave a scenario where members of the IRGC were likely to assert a larger degree of control, but that they might be a little different, might be willing to curb the country's nuclear program or take a more conciliatory, hey, it's cool, we'll do whatever you want, United States, up to a limit. But who might be in line otherwise if it's not the hardliners? One, I believe, less likely scenario is Reza Pahlavi. He might take power. He addressed the Iranian people during the attacks on video, saying that now was time to take back control of the nation. He is the former Shah's son, who was overthrown in 1979 by the current regime that's in power right now, and he said that now is their time, with this aid arriving, for final victory that could be in their hands. Many want Reza to reclaim control in Iran as what he claims would be an acting transition authority. He would just kind of be there momentarily, who would usher in an elected official afterwards. When you look at the type of locations and type of targets chosen, they paint a picture of an attempt to destroy the IRGC security forces that are responsible for suppressing protests. So US-based human rights activist news agency estimated that the death toll was 7,000 during the January protests, and the Iranian government said that the death toll was 3,000. Others claim it was 32,000. Whatever the number was, the attempt is to give the protesters now an opportunity, a window to overthrow the government. US operatives actually spent the last month smuggling in thousands of Starlink terminals to help the rebellion stay connected even after the regime shuts down the internet like they did last time and this time. So far, the strikes have reportedly 86 killed the Iranian defense minister as well, and the Revolutionary Guard Corps commander. They're all believed to have been killed in these attacks. It was also reported that the Supreme National Security Council secretary was also killed. At least 4 senior Iranian...
Unfortunately, that's a great picture. That guy looks super nice. I bet this guy... Al-Shamkhani was an Iranian naval officer and politician who served as the secretary of the Supreme National Security Council of Iran from 2013 to 23. He had previously served as commander of the IRGC Navy and the Islamic Republic of Iran Navy. I don't know what this guy is like, but he looks like he gives good hugs. Unfortunate.
Intelligence ministry officials killed. The head of the snake is off, and the question is, what will the body do as it thrashes about? During the failed negotiations, the US and Israel were demanding basically a permanent an end to all uranium enrichment, strict limits on Iran's ballistic missile program, which was a no-go for them, a non-starter, and a complete halt to support for regional proxy groups like supporting Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. Iran was unable or unwilling to comply on all those accounts. So now let's talk about the other piece of the 3 pieces of the pie, Iran's retaliation. Then we'll get into the bigger geopolitical picture of how this fits in. In retaliation, Iran launched dozens of ballistic missiles, hitting many...
That video was sick, by the way. Let me rewind 5 minutes, or 5 seconds, excuse me. if you're not looking at your screen, take a look at your screen now. And by the way, hi, Pyvan.
This fits in. In retaliation, Iran launched dozens of ballistic missiles, hitting many targets. The missiles impacted all over the region, and by later in the evening local time in Iran, about 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, ballistic missiles were still landing in central Tel Aviv despite efforts to totally neutralize those launchers. So Bahrain, Iraq, Israel, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE were all attacked, including 14 American bases. It appears like when it got dark in the Middle East is when Iran started firing more ballistic missiles. That may have been the reason why the US and Israel chose to attack early in the morning, because they knew Iran would have to wait until the evening to get their missile launchers out into position to hide at night. More impacts were increasingly reported after Israel only said there was 35 missiles that impacted in the morning. Oceanit Technical reported more Patriot intercepts as night fell. I want to show you more evidence.
It's so hauntingly beautiful. Like, I understand this is terrifying. Like, I understand. Okay, so let's actually try to empathize and sympathize with people of the region real quick. So you have Iran. You're stuck between a rock and a hard place as a civilian. If you try to overthrow the regime, you're probably going to get massacred. If you support foreigners, you're going to get massacred. If you fight foreigners, you're going to get massacred. And if you remain a civilian, you're going to get massacred. It just, dude, there's no good way to be an Iranian. You're just fucked. You're just fucked. Everywhere you look, you're just fucked. 6 to 7 missile deployments. I hate you. But the point is that, like, so poor Iranians. Now, with the Israelis, they have a shitload. They have their own missile interceptor technology with the Golden Dome, but they also have one of the most militarily powerful entities on the planet backing them with the Patriot missile system. And apparently, the Iron Dome and the Patriot missile systems have been, like, getting the AI data and the data in general from missile intercept systems in Ukraine, and they've been using that to improve. Like, all of the data from Ukraine, from missile intercept systems, are being fed into the Patriot system, which is making them better and better and better and better and better and better and better. And so, you know, there's still going to be missiles that go through. Anti-missile defense is not perfect. But at the same time, you're going to get 90% of them, 95% of them. And so I think being an Israeli is probably scary as shit. But I also think it has to be some level of surreal and cool to look into the night sky and see incoming Iranian missiles and seeing them detonate like a few kilometers above your head. I think that's genuinely, like, it's like hauntingly beautiful and scary. And if you haven't seen it, take a look at your screen now.
To hide at night. More impacts were increasingly reported after Israel only said there was 35 missiles that impacted in the morning. Oceanit Technical reported more Patriot intercepts as night fell. I want to show you more evidence visually of Iran's retaliation. U.S. Patriot missiles were engaging, more Patriots firing off multiple salvos at a time, more drone strikes. This footage shows an Iranian drone making it through U.S. air defense and hitting a radar station. According to a U.S. official in Bahrain, at the headquarters of U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet, the Iranians hit an empty warehouse only and a radome, that there's video footage evidence of these strikes. But CENTCOM reported that so far in the first...
Bellrunner with the 2, thank you, King. I did reset the goals successfully, says the Patriots. Metal Gear. Thank you for the chip and the Metal Gear reference.
At least 12 hours, there have been no U.S. casualties or combat deaths since the start of the operation, which is kind of wild to think that none of these 400 aircraft were shot down. As we got closer to midnight Eastern Standard Time, what we saw was Iran released this message saying that they're doing massive retaliatory strikes. And this is something I was listening to the Enforcer live earlier, great channel, and they were talking about how Iran basically has this doomsday plan, this doomsday scenario where their doctrine is to unleash all of their missiles in the event of a decapitation strike. They release all their missiles at once. So right now, as we speak, We're seeing that happen. We don't know how effective or not that'll actually be, though. There are claims of drones hitting U.S. CRAM and air defense in Iraq, but we're not sure if that happened. In past engagements with Israel and the U.S. over the past year or two, they had lost many of
Oh, sorry, Fashion 40. My apologies. I am blind.
their launchers in Iran, so they depleted their missile inventory by about half by striking the warehouses that were holding all these missiles, and Iran was reportedly down from 480 of their TEL ballistic missile launchers to only 100, so they could only fire from a third of their launchers. It also takes time to refuel and reload the missiles after each volley that Iran does. The Houthis also restarted their campaign of strikes against ships trying to cross through the Red Sea. This Patriot missile system, evidence of it intercepting a ballistic missile while a leaker got through, and it reportedly hit Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, striking and damaging a clinic. What this continues to show us is evidence that air defense is not magic. It can blunt missile attacks, but it cannot simply just fully stop them. U.S. CENTCOM reported its forces had defended against hundreds of Iranian strikes following the initial wave of U.S. and partner strikes. CENTCOM forces successfully defended against hundreds of Iranian missiles and drone attacks, it said. The cell phone footage posted by Oceanit Defender account on X, he's a friend of the show, arguably the best open source intelligence account out there. He stated that it hit a resident building in Bahrain, and those have a payload of over 100 pounds. They can destroy a whole apartment or flatten a single house in some cases. More drones on drones on drones. More evidence of attacks in Bahrain. More intercepts. The big strategic prize in this region is the Strait of Hormuz that Iran has stated that they...
Okay, real quick. So what I like, which I know is a tough term to use in warfare, the United States always has this high technology response to everything. We use F-35s, F-22s, B-2s, JDAMs, laser-guided bombs, GPS-guided bombs, all that kind of stuff. And yet, our enemies oftentimes use low-cost solutions, excuse me. For instance, the Shahed. The Shahed, while expensive, I'm sure it costs tens of thousands of dollars, it's effectively the size of a Volkswagen Beetle, and it's a simple airplane that's radio controlled. I don't even know how they control it, but they control it remotely, and then they fly it into targets and blow shit up. All right? Now, apparently, the Americans, with our original drone Delta Wing technology for reconnaissance, were copied by the Iranians, and I know you guys saw this earlier, so I'm just repeating shit you've already seen, but they've been copied by the Iranians for the Shahed, and they blew it up in size in order to make it a one-way explosive payload, and then apparently we've seen the Shaheds in Ukraine be effective, and so we copied them back and made our own version of the Shahed, which was a part of our strikes. And I just want to say, the amount of psychological terror that the Shaheds have done to the Ukrainian people. Talk to Ukrainian Anna about Shaheds. I'm pretty sure her father was killed in an artillery strike, but she's still like terrified of Shaheds because you can hear them buzzing before they impact. And so I'm just thinking to myself, it's like the Iranian people, with no offense to the Iranian civilians, but the Iranian people have been providing Russia the means to terrorize Ukrainians for the past, what, like 3 years, 4 years? And no punishment. They've basically just been under the general threat that if they fucked around too hard in the Middle East and North Africa, they might get fucked up. And now, not only has the Iranian government gotten fucked up, but a part of them getting fucked up was Tomahawk missiles flying low to the ground to the point that civilians saw them on their way in. It's IRGC command and control getting annihilated from orbit. It's our version of the Shaheds flying into their territory with impunity, annihilating their continental, I don't even know if they're continental, but their ballistic missile program. Good. I hope they're fucking shitting bricks. I hope, Grassroots, you keep typing something and it keeps getting retracted. Are you typing something spicy, King? Don't get yourself auto-modded and banned. But anyways, like, good. I hope there's mid-level Iranian security force representatives who saw and heard Tomahawk and American Shahed like strikes, and they're like, fuck this. Like, fuck all that's my reaction to the drone war in Ukraine. I see fucking FPV drones and I'm like, fuck this. Like, give me a shotgun and like give me a semi-auto and a pump shotgun and unlimited shotgun ammo, because I am not going anywhere with an FPV drone without a shotgun on my fucking belt. So, anyways, I'm not even in Europe and I'm terrified of FPV drones. What does it feel like to be an Iranian middle-tier security forces leader whose boss just got killed by an American Shahed and you saw it happen? That's got to be terrifying.
They have control over. It's a major global shipping lane for Saudi and Iranian.
Well, and by the way, the Strait of Hormuz, right? So technically Saudi could maybe export through Israel or Egypt or on their southern coast, but then they still have to get past Yemen or they have to go into the Mediterranean. Whereas Kuwait doesn't have much of an option but to go through the Strait of Hormuz. Same thing with UAE and Oman. They're just on Iran's border. So if Iran wants to fuck up oil shipments in the Straits of Hormuz, you're just kind of screwed.
Oil, just for starters, it had been effectively closed according to Tasnim, which is the Iranian state media. Then when we look at the maritime tracker, we can
let them Shahed fight.
see there is still some traffic that's going through there as of the day. Oil tankers, though, have reportedly U-turned to avoid sailing through there. The IRGC said that it was off limits and that they had effectively blockaded it. Let's discuss the legality of this briefly, and I'm not here to tell you what to think. I tell you what I think and what the facts are on both sides of the argument usually. So President Trump's unilateral decision to launch a major attack on Iran has people debating if this was authorized use of force or not. Some claim, including Republicans, that he violated the Constitution by starting a war without congressional authorization.
True.
Next week, Congress will debate this, but now on the other side of the argument is that the U.S. designated the IRGC.
I heard the Hormuz isn't even straight.
In Iran as a terrorist organization, and so because of that, they are
Wicked Radiation says Task and Purpose is so good. This isn't even Task and Purpose anymore. You should still watch Task and Purpose, but Chris Cappy was their main host for a really long time, but I think he was under their guidance and support for a long time, but he kind of knew that he could do it on his own and make a shitload of cash. So after being the Task and Purpose workhorse for like 5 years, he went out on his own thing. This is Chris Cappy. It's his own channel. And he's making ad revenue off of me. I tell you what.
Are technically legally allowed to conduct strikes on them, and technically is the best kind of okay. Basically, normally the president would need authorization after 60 days of a attack.
The gay of Hormuz. Shut up. Oh, I hate you.
Like this. Many presidents have skirted that, though, in the past, including Obama and Trump as well. Now, the final piece of the puzzle, the three-piece pie, is the geopolitics. Now, I think that it is not a coincidence that the United States moved against Mexico, the biggest cartel leader, El Mencho, and then this happens at the same time. Personally, I think the U.S. is implementing part of their stated grand strategy this week that they've written about extensively in unclassified documents, as well as the authors of those documents have spoken about this on their Twitter accounts, revealing their intentions purposefully to the world. It's the attempt to topple Iran's government is likely linked to efforts to increase pressure on China and Russia, between Venezuela and Iran. That is because between Venezuela and Iran, that's where China gets 20% of their oil imports, and they get it at a steep, heavy discounted price. By targeting the shadow fleet of oil tankers, the U.S. is attempting to crack down on their adversaries in this one action. So the U.S.-Mexico joint operation against the top cartel boss in Mexico, El Mencho, is also part of this grand strategy. The CGNG cartel was pressuring and preventing foreign investment in Mexico. They were taking 15% cut of everything that was going over the border. So the U.S. plan to decouple from China has everything to do with relying on Mexico as a partner for production instead of buying from China. So the North American...
Nice, dude. Sorry, like, you understand there are two wolves inside me. One is a constitutionalist conservatarian who wants to observe the rule of law and have, whenever we launch a major military operation, have that go through Congress. There's another wolf inside of me that says that the isolationist economic policies of the Trump administration are suicide, but I'm happy to hear that there's way more pragmatic shit happening in the background. For instance, making Mexico our manufacturing hub instead of China. Holy shit, I'm a Latino futurist.
American supply chain is being locked down for strategic purposes. If China were to invade Taiwan, the US cannot engage in a war in the Middle East or a war in Europe or deal with proxy instability of the cartel on their southern border. So it would need 100% of American focus on the Pacific. Whether or not this strategy will backfire or be ineffective is another question entirely. But we are seeing a grand strategy, a new doctrine being put into place. It's much more complicated than that, but Trump stated that from here, he could go in many directions. He said he has many off-ramp possibilities. He said that he could take all of Iran or end it in 2 or 3 days. He stated that in any case, it would take them, the regime in Iran, several years to recover from this attack. To learn more, check out this video.
Holy shitballs. That was beautiful. Like, guys, I understand, like, there's probably plenty of people even in my audience who are actually, like, worried. And you should be worried. This is real shit. The Russians could decide that they've had enough of our shit. They could launch attacks against us. China could decide that they've had enough of our shit, and they're going to stand on business and stand up to the bully on the world stage and kick our teeth in. There's a possibility that Iran, I doubt it, but it's possible, that they've held on to some military capacities in reserve because they thought they were so extreme that the backlash against them would be insane. But because we keep killing their new leaders with airstrikes, they might decide, fuck it, we're just going to do the crazy shit. So this is based? like this is cool? Once again, I have two wolves inside of me. The constitutional conservatarian is like, war bad without Congress approval. The neocon in me, who wants us to take the fight to our geopolitical and ideological rivals and enemies to make the world more aligned with the liberal democratic republics and mixed economy capitalist powers of the world, is like, let's go. So I don't know what to do, man. I'm going to monitor the situation closely. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to monitor the situation closely. Oh my God.
About the most
Okay. So. Let me read some stuff. Grassroots Hegemon with the 2 says, love Ukrainian Anna, donate to her. True. She's a good egg. Hi, Thomas Dudley. I know you're normally in, aren't you normally in Pisco's chat? I think I've seen you, or am I thinking of Thomas Martinson? So we used to have Razzle Smasher and Razzle Cherry. Razzle Smasher is a liberal. Razzle Cherry is a graper. And I used to confuse them all the time. So now we have Thomas Dudley and Thomas Martinson. I think Thomas Martinson is the guy who's always in Pisco's chat, and we always see him in Pisco's chat. I think Thomas Dudley is our guy. Would you say every war since World War II has been unconstitutional? Nope. Actually, Amplifax, weirdly enough, I did this drawing earlier. Let me pull it up. So, war is a spectrum. And what I drew here, I don't know if you can read it. I'll like zoom in or I don't know. Anyways, actually, let me take my camera off real quick. Video capture. There we go. Okay. So you can still hear my disembodied voice. But the way that violence is a spectrum in interpersonal affairs, like we're boys, we're friends, we're allies, all that kind of stuff. That's one side of the spectrum. We're rivals. We don't like each other, but we're not going to fight. That's where I would say the next stop in the spectrum is. Bristling hostilities. We talk shit. We might fight, but we're not there yet. Then I put we gon' fist fight as a step in the interpersonal spectrum where you see some motherfucker, you don't like him, you're going to try to knock him out. And then there's on-site, I'm going to murder you. Okay? Don't forget the Geneva suggestions. Don't worry, I won't. So, here's when we extrapolate this out to a nation state, what does that mean? I would say on the far left, we have total peace, we are friends / allies. Then I have, for rivals, we don't like each other, but we're not going to fight. For bristling hostilities, I would say we do sanctions, embargoes, and diplomatic censure. And that's kind of where we're at with China and Russia. That's where we're at with Venezuela and Iran. But then I also think that we've escalated the game with acts of war without declaring war, like seizing oil tankers that are sanction busting. Like, the Russians might not like us seizing oil tankers from the Shadow Fleet. The Iranians might not like that. The Chinese won't like that. But I don't expect them to go to war with us over that. And then declared war is we will blow up your military leaders, infrastructure, and resisting civilians / militias. And that's like a full-blown declared war. I would say that on the violent spectrum, we are right next to full-blown war. Like, Iran would be perfectly within its rights to declare war on the United States, that open hostilities existed between our nation states, and they were going to do everything within their capacity in order to kill as many military, American security forces as possible, and even maybe, like, do some terrorist attacks against military targets in the homeland, and I think they would be, like, justified in doing so. And so for me, the Trump administration doing a limited but severe air campaign without the consent of Congress is effectively war by another name. It's just war that is limited to 60 days by Congress, and then also is going to be limited by debate. I think people were saying that Congress is actually debating a new war powers resolution today and tomorrow and probably all week, in reference to whether or not they're going to drag Trump back in because he got off leash and bit somebody. So, yeah, this is a whole ass war. Yeah, this is pretty much a war. Pretty much a war. When I see us expending, yeah, it's an E war. when I see us expending probably the majority of our missiles, Tomahawks, air ordnance, and our strongest assets in an air campaign against Iran that is intentionally, on purpose, trying to do a regime change, that's an act of war. The Dow is down 50,000 munitions. Correct, you can't molest children anymore. No new declared wars. Nice, Samson. The other one was, it was Tulsi Gabbard, who's the director of national intelligence. And she had a tweet from like 2 or 3 years ago that said like, no war with Iran. And then somebody like, photoshopped it. And then they put no, comma, war with Iran, exclamation point. Oh my God. What a wild timeline to be a part of. Oh, Harambe. Oh, Harambe. How we miss you. How we miss you. Do you guys miss Harambe? I miss Harambe. I mean, Punch, the new macaque monkey that got bullied, but now he has a bunch of friends and an adoptive mother. I'm a huge fan of Punch. I fucking love Punch. But, obviously, when Harambe was killed was when the timeline got totally fucking thrown off. So, let me thank the people who have donated. Grassroots with the 2, Fashion 40 with the 2, Grassroots with the 10, Grassroots with the 20, 20, 20, Grassroots with the 2, Jeb Kush with the 5, Airborne Kite with the 5, Fell Runner with the 5, Dashing Rogue with the 2, Grassroots with the 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, Fast and Bulbous with the 5, Fashion 40 with the 5, Vazraka with the Gifted, and Grassroots with the 100. Thank you, kings and queens. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got it, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. I hope you're having a good time. We're going to continue to have a good time. And I'm going to ask you guys what you want. While I'm checking up with chat, I have a question for you. So for me, we could roll, obviously, like things are happening. Big things are happening, and we have geopolitics nerds in our chat who love the topic of geopolitics. So if you guys want to keep rolling with Geopol, I think Patriarch said, give me William Spaniel or give me death. We could go check out William Spaniel's a really, really, really good geopolitical analyst and video essayist. We could go check out his shit if you want. However, if you're like, I kind of get it. That was already a lot of Iran war shit. I'm kind of anxious. I'm kind of tired. I want something silly. Then Hutch debated food shops, and I could talk shit about food shops being a radical, liberal, Destiny clone, lolicon pedophile. I could talk shit about them while Hutch throws elbows with them. So, you know, you guys figure it out. Do you want anti-radical liberal lolicon Hutch defense content? Do you want a shoe-on-head video essay content? Do you want geopolitical stuff from William Spaniel? Please let me know in chat while I continue to read. Whew. Andy says, it was briefed to Congress, it would have leaked, and the leader would have escaped. Partisan hacks leaked a Supreme Court case. You seriously think they wouldn't leak this? Okay, well, then, as long as they brief within 48 hours, then they're technically in compliance with the War Powers Resolution of 1973, so fuck it. Your other wolf is the Emperor of Mankind, true. Apotheosis does not require consent. Do you know how cool of a sentence that is? I don't know if it's from Malkador the Sigillite or an Eldar or something like that, but it's this concept in the 40K universe that the Emperor of Mankind has been denying that he is a god for so long that, and he sincerely believes that he's not a god because he's not the creator of the universe. He's just an immortal, psychically powerful being who exists within this plane of the universe. He didn't make the universe. He doesn't control the universe. He just happens to be wildly powerful within it, so he doesn't believe himself to be a god, nor does he believe the gods of chaos to be gods in the classical creation myth sense. But something that an Eldar or Malkador the Sigillite or somebody says it either during the Horus Heresy or when the Emperor's trapped on the Iron Throne, I forget. But they say apotheosis doesn't require consent. And I think that's so fucking funny and such a cool idea. So apotheosis is the process of becoming a god. And so what's funny when you think about that, like Hercules, he arguably was a demigod who became a god. Him becoming a god was actually not up to him. So could you imagine being a mortal who gets transferred into a god, a perpetual, powerful being against your will? That's like a really interesting concept. Void says the Chinese are too risk averse to do a goddamn thing. Hopefully. Grassroots says my phone is no longer covered in soup and I can say based. Radell says if the current administration wasn't in power, I would have more faith in what's going on here is my basic perspective. And I think that's reasonable. Amplifax says Connor talked about the attack in Austin though. No. What? Some random jihadist dickhead shot up a fucking bar and killed a few people. And Hassan Piker was like, really, bro? Because the shooter had a shirt that was like, owned by Allah. And then somebody on Twitter pointed out that Hassan Piker owns the same shirt. Yep. I fucking hate Hassan Piker. I legitimately think he's an ideological enemy of the United States. And I think he openly identifies as such. And Doobie and J-Stock and Queeman and all the people who basically act like he doesn't say anything that crazy. He's basically a social democrat. I think they're either sweeping or they're dumb as fuck. Almost said an ableist slur, but I'll refrain from saying an ableist slur. Don't forget the Geneva suggestions. I won't. The Geneva whispers, exactly. We should be an example of liberalism before we export it. I mean, that's true. Why do Pisco stuff? It's annoying. I wasn't doing Pisco stuff. I was going to do Hutch versus food shops. Because I could be like, ha 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 ha. This person likes cartoon children and also their politics are bad. Lol. I like how we can't even see Connor anymore and the stream has just fully devolved into MS Paint shenanigans. If you want more, I'll give it to you. Amplifax says, so what I'm asking is, Vietnam, Korea, the entire G-What unconstitutional? No. So weirdly enough, Amplifax, Vietnam and the global war on terror had authorization for uses of military force, which can be used in lieu of a declaration of war. And then Korea arguably could be construed as unconstitutional, but then the Congress kept voting additional money for the police action in Korea. So the mechanism through which you would deny the presidency the ability to conduct military operations in the Korean Peninsula, the Congress never asserted its authority to do so. So, yeah, it's arguably unconstitutional, but if the organ of government that is supposed to hold the executive accountable for unilateral military operations chooses not to do so, then how do you figure that out? You know what I'm saying? John Democracy says, but hey, look at the bright side. You no longer have to deal with pronouns and government employee emails. True. He, him, by the way. Just in case you didn't know. 2-Bit Doc says he loves Harambe, but does not have his cookout for Harambe. Curious. My dick isn't out either. I did not whip out my dick for Harambe. I should have, but I didn't. Grassroots says we could do Conduit Biscuits video too. Conduit released a couple of videos. Conduit? Didn't he do... what did he do? He did a takedown of a couple of characters, and both of them are good. I don't know if I'm ready for like a super drama day. Sarah the Raging Tomato DM'd me. If you're interested, open panel at 8:15, but anyone backstage before the show starts can get booted from the panel. Did Trump betray his new wars promise by launching regime changes in Iraq? Do Iran strikes qualify as lawful self-defense or under Article 51? Are westernized Iranians justified in celebrating the strike despite civilian casualties? Could retaliation from these strikes realistically push the United States towards martial law? Nice. Now, Doobie wanted me to take a look at a hypersonic missile. I don't know if Doobie's still around, but I'll take a look at it real quick. Let me make sure my OBS has it displayed. I do see the super chat from Real Serious, but I need to react to this first. Don't worry, I'll get to it. All right, let's take a look. Let's turn down the volume because the Israelis are going to be like, oh!
Oh my God.
I don't even know if that's a hypersonic missile or if that's just a perspective thing. But take a look at this if you're not looking at your screen. It comes in fast. Look at this bitch.
Oh my God.
What? That's a spicy meatball. Spicy meatball. No, please don't make me a god. My steak is too juicy. My lobster is too buttery. True. That's me. Doobie says, Hassan is a much less toxic force on this country and its future in the neocons you enable, to be honest. Well, now I just think you're an American bad leftist, Doobie. Like, if you were fucking with me in order to take a contrarian position, that like, the meme committing to the bit should have died a little bit ago. But if you're committed to the bit, then I just think you're an America bad leftist at this point. Doobie says, I wanted to like Conduit, but he's unfortunately very dishonest. Just look up some of the segments and you'll see how totally mischaracterized the push to the popular narrative. Oh, he did a anti-Joe Rogan piece. That was the one that was recent from Conduit. So, yeah. Neocons, neolibs, Zio-Nazis, Christian evangelicals, ethno-nats, lingering boomers do far more harm to this country than Hassan ever will. Okay, socialists and communists do way more harm, have done way more harm to the planet in the 20th century than I will ever be, or the neocons will ever be capable of. So, simping for said regimes and trying to normalize said regimes within the Western zeitgeist, he's no different than Nick Fuentes. He's an evil cunt. And I hope he gets his metaphorical and spiritual dick kicked in. Doobie says, nah, you can see the terminal stage booster go off. Maybe. Dude, I'm not going to pull a Hassan. I'm not going to pull a Hassan and be like, I think that's a JDAM. Based off of the audio, I think it's a JDAM. You know, like I'm not gonna do. I have no, dude. Hypersonic is like what 6,000 miles an hour or some shit. What is it? It's like something. It's something crazy. Hypersonic missile speed. It's supposed to be super fucking fast. 4,000 miles per hour, right? So 4,000 miles per hour. I have no idea if you can even perceive a 4,000. It's a JDAM. I don't even know if you can perceive a 4,000 mile an hour object, right? So for me, it's just as likely. You're saying it's hypersonic. It's just as likely to me that was just a missile that got through the dome because anti-missile technology is not perfect. Another interesting, talking about like specialized and secretive weapons, another interesting thing that developed was there was an Iranian or Hezbollah or Hamasian launch site. I know I'm saying all those words incorrect. I'm just being an asshole. And effectively what happened was every single missile launching from that position got melted within like 30 seconds of launch. So those could be like faulty rockets and missiles, right? They could just like shoot up and then they were just manufactured poorly. So they just blast apart like, 50 yards off of the launch pad. It's totally possible they just had a bad batch of rockets. But what was being claimed was that it was an Israeli film, and that the Israelis were using directed energy weapons. They were using lasers to shoot down the missiles as they left the launch pad. So for me, that's also like 50-50, right? It actually could just be like a shitty batch of rockets made by some dickhead in his garage, and he just didn't like seal some part of the rockets properly, so they just blew up shortly after launch. Or the Israelis could have lasers that they're deploying in northern and southern Israel to melt rockets the second they leave the pad. Fashion 40. Is that Fashion 40 or Fell Runner? I can't see. Fashion 40 for 2 says my dick is named Harambe. I mean, if you honor Harambe by naming your penis after him, I think that counts. Woo! Doobie says, nah, you can see the terminal stage booster go off. Yeah, but I'm not going to pull like a JDAM thing. Doobie says, America has done too many bad things and we should start harming the world at some point. America first centrist. Okay, well, I don't believe you. So, I believe that you're a centrist. I think your politics are too heterodox to be properly labeled leftist or left wing or fascist or whatever. I think you're too heterodox to be put into a box. But I do not like your geopolitics. They make the way my geopolitics make you upsetty spaghetti. Your geopolitics makes me upsetty spaghetti. Red Cordy says those are not hypersonic. Christ's definition of hypersonic missiles is the ability to maneuver while going over Mach 5. Doesn't have hypersonic missiles yet. And America has done a fair job of running the world, and things are going to suck when China takes over America first centrist. Thank you, Randy Chang. How are you not a moderator already? Welcome to the team, King. You've obviously been like a veteran for a while. The poor little rocket tried his best. John Democracy. Jen Winkler says, fuck yes. Hutch title says he'll fight Lycan and Straderade. Perfect cogtent tomorrow. Tomorrow? What time is it? We're going to do cogtent now. Red Cordy now says real hypersonic missiles are so expensive they're almost not worth it until using a huge target like carriers might be worth it. Otherwise, normal munitions are better since they are cheaper and they do the job. Yeah, that's what I think so. I think that's more likely. Not trying to be dismissive of Doobie's analysis, but I don't know what a 4,000 a mile an hour missile looks like, nor would I claim to have the expertise to differentiate between a 2,000 mile an hour missile and a 4,000 mile an hour missile. I don't know the visual difference. I do not have the capacity to differentiate. And I am somebody who has seen a lot of missiles. Laser dome costs $1 each laser. Dude, the lasers. Okay, let's go on a laser rant before we do anything else. Lasers. So I'm fuck it. I'm spilling the beans. I don't know this motherfucker, okay? So I'm going up to hang out with Tim Pool, right? For one of our debates. And the driver is apparently like a military and industrial complex guy. And he just got done working on the new gunship, the new Navy SEALs gunship. And apparently what the Navy SEALs are doing with the C-130 is, for those of you, as a matter of fact, I need to show you guys a C-130 spooky gunship. Okay. So a C-130 spooky gunship a variant of this has been in the air since Vietnam. I think we actually had a different version of it. Okay. But what they did is they took transport planes and they put a 105 millimeter artillery cannon, miniguns, and a 20 millimeter autocannon on the side of a C-130, and they fly in circles and they just blast whatever is there. Okay? That's the C-130 now. And by the way, here's the new one that this guy was working on. So apparently, the new C-130, they removed the 105 millimeter cannon, or they removed the 20 millimeter. I don't know which one they removed. But they removed one of them, and they replaced it with a fucking laser. Okay? A laser. And the laser is not visible in the spectrum. You can't see it. You can't see it. Whatever it looks at and turns on, it just melts. And so I asked this guy, because obviously you're thinking about it from like an anti-personnel standpoint. You're like, are we going to be using this like, okay, anti-material? You can look, and if you look at lasers being used on missiles, they basically stare at the missiles for a few seconds, and then the missiles like melt and they fall apart. And so that's kind of how it works. And so I asked this guy, I was like, can you use this on a biological target? Can you use this on like a human being and it'll be effective? And he said, number one, this wasn't my project, but I heard that we were testing this in the thousands, and there were American troops who found like random headless corpses in the desert that appeared to have been like shorn off. Their heads were shorn off. And then I've seen the laser cut through a 1/4-inch steel plate in a matter of seconds. So if it's able to cut through a steel plate in a matter of a few seconds, then yeah, it should be able to slice through a human head very quickly. And apparently each shot, somebody was saying it was like, it's $5 a shot. I've heard it's cents a shot. Cents. C-E-N-T-S. Do you understand how crazy that is? Like the power source you have rigged up to it, it has to be like wildly powerful. But dispersing that much energy that much quickly, effectively you just recharge it off of like a nuclear power station. And so for every second of laser operation, like every missile you build is like between $50,000 and $200,000. And that's viewed as a cheap way to kill someone. Whereas a laser is cents, C-E-N-T-S, in order to kill someone. That's fucking bananas. All right, anyways, that's the laser. That's the laser idea. On top of that, apparently what they're doing is they're doing a beehive. Okay? So they're taking the back third of the C-130 and they have a protruding ass out of the C-130, and it's filled with tiny guided missiles. And once again, I have no idea if this is true. This guy could have been telling me bullshit. I could be spilling state secrets. I have no idea, okay? But I'm telling you what I was told. And so effectively what they did is instead of having a bunch of Hellfires, like, 6 foot long or 4 foot long, 200-pound missiles, they just have like 1 foot long, 2 foot long missiles, and they have hundreds of them. And so the whole goal of this aircraft, the way that it was being described, is that As long as it has fuel, it has firepower. So the Navy SEALs can go into, let's say they're doing special operations in East Africa or North Africa or West Africa, and they need a dedicated gunship on station in order to be able to take out anything big that they bump into. Well, what happens is the C-130 just gets mid-air refueled a whole bunch, and the expectation is that it has so many missiles and the laser is so efficient to run that effectively the gunship can be on station indefinitely supporting special forces. If that doesn't give you like a military industrial complex erection, I don't know what to do for you. That's genuinely bananas to me. And everybody in chat is talking about something else. So I'm going to assume that beehive missiles and lasers don't excite you as much as they excite me, which is lame. It's very cool. $5 from somebody's name that I can't see because my screen won't open up that way. Let me see if I can pull you down here and make you bigger. Who is this? I don't want to assign $1 to the wrong guy. Who is this? This is Fellrunner. I'm not cool enough to be fascist. I am fashion. Oh, I'm not cool enough to be fashion 40. I am fashion. What? I'm fashion 12? I don't know what that means. But thank you, Fellrunner, and thank you, Fashion 40, for your donations. I do appreciate. Dubious hurt feelings by Conduit. Daddy Hassan was big mad. Was he? I just don't like being lied to by content creators or people who present themselves as unbiased. Did he ever present himself as unbiased? I'm not sure what the difference between really is 2,000 and 4,000 miles an hour. Both are really fucking fast. That's what I'm saying, well, QC John. That's what I'm saying. Like, 2,000 mile an hour missile, 4,000 mile an hour missile. I can't perceive speed sufficiently that I feel competent to discuss that in an intelligent way. Conduit presents himself as unbiased in his videos. He's just a guy watching the content and telling you what he learns. Yeah, but what if he's just telling you what he's thinking? What if that's his genuinely felt dog shit opinion? Are we not allowed to have dog shit opinions on the internet? Andy says the gunship is peak. If you have a total air superiority, 105 howitzer, 30 millimeter chain gun, and two 20 millimeter Gatlings. Are they Gatlings? Are they Gatlings? I thought they were 20 millimeter. I thought they were 20 millimeter autocannons. That's crazy. Jonah says using AC-130 killstreak in OG Modern Warfare was hype. True. But the dude lies about the shitty covers. Does he? Or do you just disagree with his opinion? Shapingro! My favorite conservatarian centrist. Good to see you, King. I listened to you talking to North the other day, and I appreciated your passionate advocacy for not being a libcuck while still holding on to conservatarian values. Your passion was infectious. Void of Parrot says, distance matters when it comes to lasers. It might be able to slice through steel up close, but that wouldn't necessarily be the case at larger distances. True. True. But then, can you make a laser that's powerful enough? Because the C-130 flies... What's the loiter altitude of a C-130 gunship? What is the loiter altitude of a C-130 gunship? Sorry for making weird noises, but I don't like dead air. 7,000 feet. So can a laser be wildly powerful at 2,100 meters or 7,000 feet? Because if it is, then anybody who fucks with the Navy SEALs for the next century is fucked. Big in Gaming says Qatar claimed it shot down 2 Iranian aircraft in their airspace. Dude, I feel bad for the MiG-29 pilots. Apparently there was a sortie of Iranian MiG-29s that took off. Bear in mind that they haven't had logistical support since like the 1980s. And they got fucked up. Like the F-35 just ate them for breakfast. It was almost sad. It was sad to fly like 40 or 50-year-old Soviet airframes that are really... all the MiG-29s and MiG-21s and MiG-31s and MiG-35s and all those MiGs are good for is bombing insurgents who don't have anti-air weapons. That's all they're good for. Going in an air-to-air combat with a 40 or 50-year-old MiG that hasn't had avionics updates since 1989 is terrifying and stupid. And I do feel bad for those Iranian pilots. I'm sure they were patriots. I'm sure they love their country. I'm sure they were blasted out of the sky before they even knew what happened. Doobie says, I gave him too many chances, looked up the segments he talked about, found that he totally mischaracterized them, and put them on the dishonest content creator pile. Gotcha. Shapingro said, long live the fence, long live the cog. Thank you for your patriotism, brother. I appreciate it. Good to see you. Thomas Martinson says, if you believe the shit people make up about Israel that Doobie does, I could see why facts from Conduit would piss you off. Ah, well, that's just mean. And Jesus and Abraham Lincoln, true. Doobie on the grassy knoll. I'm picturing a laser defense system of Wile E. Coyote-esque mirror. That's pretty much it. Fucking chat for the MiGs, true. It's the range effectiveness of lasers, but commercial LiDAR has been scanning the sea for years. Okay. Yeah. Yep. All right, anyways, you guys didn't really answer my question. For me, I have to pay... the same way I have to pace myself with drama, I have to pace myself with Geopol. So I'm like a fan of Geopol. I love Geopol. If you guys were like... If Patriarch was like, no, fuck that. We're watching William Spaniel. He has an amazing piece. Everybody needs to say it. And all of chat was like, yeah! Then we would watch William Spaniel. But if you guys are like, I don't care, then I'm going to watch Hutch dunk on food shops. Yes, correct. Red Cordy says, despite years of development, the U.S. Air Force officially scrapped the AC-130 laser project in early 2024. Correct. It wasn't for the Air Force. The Navy picked it up. Real Serious says, we like Geopol, though, but we've already been doing it for 2 or 3 hours. I'm trying to tempt you with the pedophile debate. Come on, don't we love debating pedophiles about politics? Grassroots donated the most amount, and he said we can do Hutch. Thank you, Grassroots. Oh, say no more. It's basically like when somebody posts on social media, 1 like and I'll do this crazy shit, and then Grassroots Hegemon was my 1 like, and I'm like, say no more, fam. Yeah. Christian Blair says, bro, I don't give a fuck about food shops. Do you care about the Radlibs fighting the normie libs on how harsh they should be in the next few years of politics? If only YouTube had a function to enable you to do polls. Well, I'm not, fuck that, because then you get to vote without accountability. No, this is a representative democracy where who you are counts as much as what you want. You think I want to open this up to basic bitch democracy? Fuck out of here. I want you to review the guy who testified to Congress last week regarding ICE training. Well, that's not happening. That's way too dry. Those white people have been dead for weeks. Ain't nobody care about those white people no more. Don't we love debating pedophiles about politics, bro? What is that timeline? It's welcome to online politics, King. All right, we're doing it. We're doing it. Food shops is not impressive. Neither was Westside Tyler. And I enjoyed that debate thoroughly. Do you know why? Because watching a normie lib stomp on rad libs is amazing. It gets me going. It gets the people going. Matter of fact, I'm going to play... No, I can't play that. Damn. I wish I could play Ninjas in Paris. All right, let me look up... let me just do the most savage cartel combat footage for 2 minutes while I use the restroom. So give me a second. Horse God for the 5 says, check out the story of the World War II Skunkworks bomber, Old 66, and the crew that piloted it. Absolutely badasses. You can find good videos on YouTube. Okay, I will. Please remind me of that again. I'm not going to watch that right now, but that sounds amazing. Okay. You're going to watch Chris Cappy talk about cartel footage while I use the restroom. And then I'm going to come back and we're going to do Hutch, I think.
People are surprisingly unaware of the type of tactics and violence used by the cartel. But as the conflict with these narco groups heats up, today we're going to shed light on the worst cartel combat footage caught on video. The first narco shootout comes to us from here on the southern border. No, the other southern border. The one between Mexico and Guatemala. That's an armored truck from the Mexican Quick Reaction Force FRIP team. They're chasing down cartel gunmen from their state in Chiapas in Mexico across the international border into Guatemala. It would be like if SWAT teams in America chased the cartel into Mexico, shooting them down. It's straight out of Sicario. It's wild. But not as crazy as what happens next, though, because the Guatemalan soldiers appear to not open fire at the cartel members. This guy right there, you see him in the Jeep idling with the hatch. He doesn't shoot at the cartel, while the gunmen take cover behind him. That's the Guatemalan official military there. It's like a ninth ring of hell here. You keep going southern borders, the closer you get to Colombia, the more it gets. But it's about to get even more insane. Covering the ups and downs of geopolitics here, you guys are more aware than most that the world is going through a period of instability and transformation unlike anything in my lifetime, at least. The world's facing record debt and inflation, and that's why I want to introduce you guys to American Hartford Gold. They help people protect their life savings with actual physical gold and silver. These are tangible assets that will not go away or disappear poof into the ether overnight when the stock market takes a hit. American Hartford Gold has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and thousands of 5-star reviews from people who trust them to get it done right. My old squad leader used to always say, by failing to prepare, you are preparing to fail. The point is, American Hartford Gold can ship gold and silver right to your door or help you set up a gold IRA. And right now, if you call them and mention my name, you can get up to $20,000 in free silver with your initial purchase. Call 844-779-0306 or text CAPPY to 65532 or click the link down below in the description. Bullets slam into the Mexican FRIP team. Another armored vehicle from the Mexican side hits a civilian car trying to stop it dead. There appears to be 4 enemy vehicles and at least 6 tangos on foot. We geolocated the fight to this border town here, La Mesilla. When analyzing firefights, it's important to look at the satellite and the topographical 3D view of the terrain on the ground to get a better understanding of the conditions and the perspective of those who are fighting, not the person that's necessarily taking the footage of it. The Guatemalan soldier in the Jeep with the belt-fed machine gun hanging out the top of the hatch, and he might even be shooting at the Mexican troops with the cartel, just to show you how far this corruption goes. Many in Mexico who see this footage believe the Guatemalan soldiers are colluding with the cartel. One of the rounds looks like it damages the Mexican forces' engine and stuff starts spewing out of it, and a handful of shots hit their windshield, but it's bullet resistant, so it's unclear if it penetrated. The 3 Mexican armored vehicles return heavy fire at the gunmen. The view from the ground shows just how crowded and packed this main street really is at this border crossing point. Google Street View won't take you any closer to the border outpost because of security.
I'm back. Did we get taken down? Hutch. I kind of want to watch this one, but I'll watch this on my own time, see if it's good React fodder. I fight Lycan and Straighteray, Destiny versus Constantine. Oh shit, is the Destiny versus Constantine one live? Hold on. Did he fight Lycan and Straight? I hope they get transformed into a segment. That'll be great. Am I on screen? Yeah, I'm on screen. Okay. Let's take a look at... This is the one I want. This is the one I want. Okay, so let me do an intro real quick. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps law enforcement veteran, and I've been very much enjoying the liberal Civil War. For those of you who are not paying attention, the libs and leftists, the liberals, the people who believe in maximal human freedom, and the leftists, who are made up of socialists and communists, they've been fighting on the internet for primacy within the Democratic Party. Well, there's also a civil war within the liberals because, frankly, lefties can't do anything without fighting. So the liberals are also fighting over how extreme they should be in their reprisal political attacks against the right wing in reference to MAGA. And what's so funny about this to me is they're putting the cart before the horse because they need to win power first. That should probably be done. You should probably focus on achieving power first, but, it is what it is. But the point is that we got Hutchinson, my favorite liberal. He's my dunk. He's my knight in shining armor, fighting the Radlibs and fighting the leftists. And he's going to be fighting Food Shops, who's a radical DGG Destiny skinwalker who likes lolicon pornography. So it should be fun. Let's take a look.
Plays out politically and how it plays out in the country if we go down your road of like serious compromises of liberal principles, and Gavin Newsom governs a bit more kind of dictatorially. Do you think the whole public is going to be on board with everything? Do you think they're all going to be like, you know what, they're right?
Yes, I think so. Yes, I think so.
Based on what?
This is not something that liberalism can solve, Hutch.
Then don't call yourself a liberal then. Like if you
I am a liberal because I care about the state of liberalism.
No, I don't think, well,
and if you can't acknowledge liberalism's flaws, then you're not a true liberal. I don't think you're a true liberal either.
Is liberalism enough on its own to withstand someone like Donald Trump?
No, it's not. Interesting question, Hutch.
It cannot handle that amount of misinformation. It was never designed for that.
Okay, but you're jumping past all of the remedies that would comply with a liberal framework. You're jumping past.
But liberalism. But you already agree with me. Liberalism has too much red tape to actually regulate any laws and stuff. Well, the reason is because you will never shut up, Hutch.
I gotta be honest with you, Food Shops.
Yeah,
I'm a little worked up. I'm a little concerned. First of all,
it's just going to be a casual talk. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I mean generally. Okay. I'm a little alarmed at some of the illiberalism that I'm seeing mainstreamed. And on a personal note,
where did that word come from? Yeah, go ahead.
And on a personal note, I got to be honest with you. Sometimes you say some really edgy shit, and then people spam my mentions with your edgy shit.
Why entertain them? You're giving in to the snarkers.
Okay.
Like the people who spam your mentions are all snarkers. Yeah.
It's fine. I'm just playing. Okay. All right. Yes. What did you want to talk about?
I feel like we watched this already. Is this two streams put together? Because I think there's one where it gets cut apart. Yeah, we already did at least the first 10 minutes of it, and then I think we gave up on it in order to try to watch Loanerbox versus Food Shops. So Loanerbox versus Hutchinson. So I mean, I could fast forward like 30 minutes. Yeah, I'm gonna fast forward. Well, let me see if he's debating Food Shops again.
But you said
yes. I'm gonna fast forward to the second argument.
That I think. Do you recall saying that you're like that we're like 20 steps away from like a civil war?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess if you accept a reality in which Trump could do something crazy, but then we're like 20 steps away from a civil war, these two things don't really match up in my mind. Can you explain that?
Well, obviously if he pops off and does something crazy, then that would change everything, right? But in terms of
like invading a foreign country?
But in terms of like the current moment and the current solutions to the problems that have arisen as a result of Trump and his politics and the Republican Party, these are like I would hope we would endeavor to explore how we normally deal with these things, or how we have historically dealt with these things, which is through the process of winning elections, building consensus, and then adopting reforms through legislation, policy, amendments, these kinds of things. But of course, if he, like invaded fucking California tomorrow, then that would change everything, right?
Yeah, but then now it just sounds like he's like one step away from a war, right? Not 20 steps.
Well, what are you saying should be done in Minecraft now to prevent him from doing that?
I think you should. And this is going to go back to it. I think that we should build political capital in order to advocate for the DOJ to prosecute Trump, including having the administration direct the DOJ. But like, you know, we talked about that yesterday, and it was like, I don't know, it was messy. Okay, it was messy. Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong with voters expressing their desire for accountability for this administration. So if you want to build, well, I don't know what you think political capital is.
Like, for example, I'm thinking in my head, like, oh, political commentators and protesters should be advocating for that, but politicians don't need to advocate for that, because I know that you're worried about election outcomes, but that's okay.
Okay, I'm going to play. Somebody said they got Ninjas in Paris stuck in their mind. Thanks, Connor. Well, it's stuck in my mind, so we're gonna listen to the clean version of Ninjas in Paris real quick.
We're gonna skate to one song only.
So I ball so hard, motherfuckers wanna find me. But first, gotta find me. What's 50 grand to a motherfucker like me? Can you please remind me? Ball so hard, this shit crazy. Y'all don't know that don't phase. The next could go 0 for 82 when I look at you like you the gravy. Ball so hard, where? We ain't even po be here. Ball so hard since we here. It's only right that we be fair. Psycho, I'm libo to go Michael. Take your pick. Jackson, Tyson, Jordan. Game 6, ball so hard, got a broke clock. Rollies that don't tick-tock. All the Mars that's losing time. Hidden behind all these big rocks. Ball so hard, I'm shocked too. I'm supposed to be locked up too. You escape, but I escape. You be in Paris, get passed up too. Ball so hard, let's get faded. Liberties for like 6 days. Gold bottles, soul models. Spilling ace on my sick days. So ball so
We're not doing the whole thing. I just want to get to the chorus.
behave, just might let you meet gay. Shot towns, B-rolls, moving the next BK. Also hard, motherfuckers wanna find me. That's great. That's great. That's great. Also hard, motherfuckers wanna find me. That's great. That's great. That's great. She said, yeah, can we give you...
All right. We all hyped?
Because I don't think the politicians have to do that. I just think the voters and the commentators have to, though. Would that be okay with you?
If you don't think that the politicians themselves have to be the ones saying lock them up, for example, and
yeah, I'm trying to compromise, basically, yeah.
If that's your proposal, then there's nothing wrong with that. Like, voters can ask for whatever they want. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not,
Yeah, because-
I never said that you shouldn't ask for Trump to be locked up. I never said that.
Right. Yeah. But because from my perspective,
Passion 40 says we should not have played the clean one. We should have played the dirty one. I'll play the dirty one on Counterpoints Politics. I'm not playing the dirty one on Valor. I don't need... y'all might not remember this, but back in the day, we had this girl named LB, and she was fun. I miss LB. I wish LB would come back and fight sometimes. But LB used to one guy the shit out of me because she was like a democratic socialist. And so she would just say some crazy shit in the chat and then I would fight her. There was also another gentleman, I forget who it was, but he actually legitimately got me in trouble with Ken Harbaugh for using the ableist R slur. And then he was around for like a week and then he disappeared, which is so infuriating because he basically came in and was like, you can't say the R slur because it's ableist and I'm going to talk to your boss about it. And then they talked to my boss. My boss was like, hey, man, maybe don't use the R slur that, you know, but try not to as much as possible. And yeah, Commander Haircut Commander. Yeah, dude. And then they changed their name to Haircut Commander and then they left. They were around for like a month just to make sure I wasn't using ableist slurs. And then they disappeared. God, that's so annoying. Anyways, back to it.
I'm still mixed. I'm still torn on whether or not the politicians should be advocating for that. I'm leaning towards no. So it's more in line with your position, actually. But I think that if
that's not what you were saying yesterday.
President Newsom.
Did you change your mind?
Well, well, I think I was too extreme yesterday. I think yesterday I was like, I'm looking back and I'm like, you know what? I think I'm a little bit too extreme there, right? Because I honestly think that like how much we disagree is only like maybe a minuscule amount, actually. I don't know. But yeah, I was pretty angry yesterday, so that kind of makes sense.
What do you think we disagree on then?
It's that if the DOJ is in fact directed, I mean, like by the administration above or something, right, in order to prosecute Trump, right, using the DOJ, I think we might disagree on like, oh, making a big deal out of it, basically.
Can I
like
just
you might think like, oh my God, liberalism is cucked and it's fucking over, right, for liberalism. But meanwhile, I'm like, okay, well, I think it's actually fair, and I think it might be even right to do that, right?
Can I just say, that's not going to happen. It is going to play out. It is going to play out the way that I'm saying it's going to play out. The nominee for the Democratic Party, they're not going to run on lock him up. They're not going to do that. Okay. And when they're elected president, they're not going to sign an executive order ordering DOJ to investigate Trump. They're just not going to do that.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't.
I mean, sure. I mean, we'll see, right? Like, we'll see, but
they're not going to.
I wouldn't. I mean, you're so sure that they wouldn't do that, but like at this point, like we can both play the game of like, okay, well, they may or may not do it, but then at this point, like no one can look into the future, right?
I'm reasonably confident they're not going to do that.
Yeah.
So here's the question: is Steven and Food Shops and Soy Pill and Pisco, are they making arguments in order to like shift the Overton window to get the American population to be more okay with prosecuting Trump? Or are they making a descriptive argument saying that they should be explicit with their desire to punish corruption and punish the MAGA agenda for how much damage they've done to our social fabric? Because this is one of the things that's frustrating to me, because I've made this mistake the entirety of my life, and I'm going to try to make this mistake the entirety rest of my life, which is the words that come out of my mouth represent how I perceive reality. I'm not trying to manipulate you into a new position. Hold on. That's not correct. I am trying to manipulate you to be more like me, but the way that I want you to be more like me in one way is just telling the truth as you see it, even if it's uncomfortable. Even if your friends aren't going to like it, even if your family's not going to like it, even if your political tribe isn't going to like it, just say what you genuinely believe. Because all this like gamesmanship of trying to come up with a verbal set of judo and principles and this, that, the other, in order to force other people to get to a position that you want them to be, like you just get like lost in the sauce of like lying and hyperbole and manipulation and all that kind of shit. And then before you know it, nobody knows what's fucking true anymore. Nobody even knows what their real positions are anymore, because you're constantly saying things oriented towards a consequence rather than oriented towards your attempt to, perceive reality accurately and relay that to other human beings. And I think that is what frustrates me about characters like Pisco and Destiny and Food Shops and all that kind of stuff, is they don't even acknowledge like when they're trying to just describe like reality as accurately as possible versus when they're trying to shift to an audience within like a framework of thought to a way to consider the world in a new way. And I don't want to say it's dishonest, because it's probably not dishonest. They actually, if you ask them, they'll probably be transparent about it. But at the same time, I think it's just a shitty way to communicate. And I think the world is already confusing enough. And I think I'm a fucking hairless gorilla talking into wildly advanced technology to a bunch of other hairless gorillas about the world. And I'm just trying to tell y'all what I think, not the way that I want to manipulate you into thinking. So please tell the truth more.
Yeah.
Okay.
So was that the only disagreement then, or?
No. There's more. So when it comes to...
Oh, and I'm sorry, one more addendum. This is why I do like and trust Hutch. I do like and trust Hutch because I think he's trying to represent reality as accurately as he can to his audience. And I appreciate the earnestness.
You talked about Jim Crow laws yesterday, right? I think the disagreement that I feel like we can't get over ultimately is that I think that sometimes illiberalism is morally justified, but it feels as though that you're kind of like a liberal purist, which, there's nothing wrong with that position per se. But it just kind of feels as though like you're like, okay, well, even if it takes 100 years of red lines, sorry, not red lines, fuck me, red tape, and going through bureaucracy and stuff, like eventually we're gonna get Jim Crow laws repealed, even though Jim Crow itself was in and of itself illiberal, right? Oh yeah, like we can still pull back, like we can still pull back from the brink, but like some people are unable to wait 100 years, right? Because Black people were still lynched during that period in which Jim Crow laws were steadily over a period of time being repealed, right?
You seem to imply that I think that anybody who is facing oppression or discrimination from the current Republican Party should just sit back and not do anything. And I'm definitely not saying that. And when you
I mean, you advocate for protesting, I'm sure, right? Yeah.
Well, there's a lot you can do beyond protesting and
voting.
Right. Sorry for interrupting. Going on another rant, okay? This is where we talked about this in reference to, I hate that they keep using analogies. So Destiny, and I think Food Shops, because she was skinwalking Destiny, was they use the analogy of a baseball game where they're like, in a baseball game, imagine somebody picks up a brick and they just start hitting other players with the brick. Well, that's clearly outside the rules of the game. But let's say that you no longer have the ability to regulate whether or not they pick up a brick and hit people with it. So you need to pick up your own brick. Well, bricks are prohibited by the game. They're clearly illegal. They should continue to be prohibited. And there are other avenues. This is why I don't make it an analogy. Because if the Trump administration is doing illegal shit, then what you're saying is we need to pick up our brick, which in this case is illegal shit, in order to hold them to account, which is not accurate, okay? And within, I don't even want to continue within the analogy. I want to go within the reality. Within reality, the courts have checked Trump a shitload. He's lost a shitload of his court cases. The Supreme Court of the United States, the people that everybody thought was going to be Trump's cock sleeve, they ruled that Kilmar Abrego Garcia had to be returned to the United States. They gutted the center of Trump's economic plan by saying, no. The ability to regulate taxes and tariffs actually primarily lies with Congress. If Trump wants to do this, he's going to have to use alternatives in order to do this because primarily tariffs rest with Congress. And so, like, there's actually tons of shit that the courts have overruled Trump on. And so, pretending like the referee is just solely in the pocket of the other side, it's bullshit. And then, especially with things like the Indiana state government rejecting Trump's attempts to force them to gerrymander Indiana, that should be evidence. No. There's players out here who still want to play the game by the rules. And then Thomas Massie going with, and Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene, God help me, I never thought I would talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene or Lauren Boebert in positive light, but they went against their party in order to vote for the Epstein bill. So just pretending that Republicans are so lost in the sauce that none of them are trying to hold the Trump admin accountable is bullshit. It's pure bullshit. So yeah, like play the rules of the game, but don't pretend that you're not in it. And not just that. Here's the other thing. Sorry, this is last yap. I know I have a tendency to go 10 to 20% longer than I should. You're on the cusp of winning the midterms, you fucking dumbasses. Can you please stop acting like you're on the verge of being genocided? And can you please start acting like you're on the verge of winning a popular vote within the midterms and taking back the House? You might even annihilate this year because of how bad the Trump administration has been. Please start acting like you're going to be wielding power by November. What is it? It's March, okay? April. So March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. In 9 months, you will have substantially more power right now. Can you fucking act like it? Please.
Yeah, sure. I agree with you.
And the way you started off what you just said, I don't think is a fair representation of what I said yesterday. You suggested
Okay, you
that
can restate. You can restate your position.
all right, I need you to work on
Yeah.
just a little bit for me. Just don't cut me off so much.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I'll do the same for you, I promise.
Okay. Love you.
Okay, so you described me as being a bit of a liberal purist, and you said that sometimes you're confronted with situations where it's necessary to not be liberal, right? Like, so for example, you know, there's lots in the conversation we had yesterday, I brought up war, right? Like, it's illiberal to, you know, use violence and
Wicked Bill Stein says, if you don't play baseball with a brick, you're basically raping Native Americans and you're Hitler. Bro. So true.
bomb people, technically, like on paper. You know, it's not like in the spirit of liberalism to do that and to do violence and to do war, but that's war. That's a different kind of context. And so I never said anything to suggest that I think that we should adhere to the principles of liberalism in everything that we do ever. So I don't know. I'm not really sure how you arrived at that conclusion. I don't think I said anything to suggest that.
So, can I speak now, or
Go for it. Yeah.
is that okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So at what point would you be okay with more illiberal things, right? Like, because, like, for example, let's just say World War II is such an extreme example. Like, we can even go to the Vietnam War or something like that, right? Like, at what point would you say, like, oh yeah, like doing illiberal things is in fact like something more justified? I would say, like, what's your point of breaking?
If you had to guess, like, what do you think my answer would be?
I really don't know, because I don't actually know your stance on like World War II or anything. Like, I legitimately do not know your stance. I'm sorry.
I would like to make it known that I supported the Allies in World War II. I want to go.
Okay, thank God. Holy shit.
I want to go on the record and say that
Why would you? Okay, that was such a stupid. Okay. Why would you I just took psychic damage. This is what I'm telling you. I'm trying to tell you guys. I'm trying to tell you. And the reason why I'm repeating myself is because I need you to hear me. Okay? I think I said it before a couple of days ago, and somebody quoted me, and it was good. I forget exactly what I said, but please remind me if I said it better than this. Weakness is not virtue. Harmlessness is not virtue. Violence can be righteous and violence can be unrighteous. Just because you're principled doesn't mean you can't be violent. And so this whole like presumption, the reason why this was so stupid, and I actually just took psychic damage over the past 10 seconds of food shops thinking that Hutch wouldn't support the Allies in World War II, is because like war obviously is an inherently illiberal proposition. You are not treating individuals as individuals. You're treating them as military tribes, and you are killing combatants who are a member of a rival enemy tribe. But if a collective tribe is fighting for liberalism, and if a collective tribe is fighting for fascism or communism, then clearly, despite war being an inherently illiberal venture, it is best to support the tribe that is being temporarily illiberal and violent in order to establish a free society. And the fact that that is not a moral given is extremely upsetting. And actually, part of the reason why I get pissed off at Doobie, because Doobie, you know, is saying like, oh, I think the illiberal tribalism of America has gone too far, and therefore we are as villainous as not only the illiberal tribes of combatants that we fought against, but against the illiberal societies they represent. And I'm like, no. Our illiberal tribalism in reference to violence, not only do you, if you compare it to the violence of these other militant tribes, are we morally superior in a variety of ways, But then not just that, the societies that these tribal factions establish, clearly ours is superior. And so the victory of our militant tribe is important. The fact that that's not understood actually really pisses me off.
Oppose the Axis powers.
That's okay, yeah, because I'm pretty sure I heard like your great grandfather was segregationist or some shit like that. I don't know, like who knows what your position is? Okay, I'm kidding. Okay, joking. I'm joshing a little bit.
Don't. It's too fresh.
Too fresh. Okay, all right. Okay, Jesus.
No, but if you had to guess, like where do you think, without, you don't even need to get into specific.
Yeah. Bud 123. I don't know. I don't know how you mean this, but I'm going to tell you how I understand this. The tribe in Iran are unarmed, untrained protesters against professional soldiers. That is not going to work. Correct. So wouldn't it be better? Wouldn't it be better if the pro-democratic forces in Iran were trained and armed? And if you understand liberal or libertarian free people being trained in violence in order to perpetuate a free society, then you understand the Second Amendment of the United States and the gun culture of the United States. It's very toxic and bad in a lot of ways, but the idealized gun culture in the United States. And I think that the violence that we do have in our cities and countries, including mass shootings and including gang killings and all that kind of stuff, that's a toxic perversion of the right to keep and bear arms. You're not supposed to keep guns so you can kill your neighbors over drug beefs. You're not supposed to keep arms that way you can massacre your neighbors when you're sufficiently depressed. You're supposed to keep and bear arms so you can defend yourself and defend your society from violent antagonists. God damn it, I'm getting a freedom boner right now.
Specifics, but like conceptually, like when do you think I would be willing to abandon liberal principles and take a more extreme position and commit to more extreme behavior?
I think that when Trump announces like an actual military coup, that he's saying like, you know what, fuck all this shit, okay, for the sake of the Constitution, I'm going to take over the government now. I think maybe
that's a specific, but I mean, that's a specific thing, but I'm asking more for like the framework of how I would arrive at that decision. Like, what do you think I would balance out? What do you think I would evaluate versus that something else, right?
Jonah boy.
Ooh, that's tough. Because I can't read your mind on this one either. Like,
all right. Well,
what would you say is your framework?
Well, I thought that maybe I didn't come out explicitly and say it, but if I truly felt like war was the last option, then I would obviously be open to, extreme actions, or in a more limited way.
Okay. I know I'm going to lose viewers. I don't care. We have a 1 minute and 10 second song. If you leave during this chat, you have AIDS. If you leave in the next 1 minute and 10 seconds, you have AIDS.
What would you do if you were asked to give up your dreams for freedom? What would you do if asked to make the ultimate sacrifice? Would you think about all them people who gave up everything they had? Would you think about all them war vets, and would you start to feel bad? Freedom isn't free. It costs folks like you and me. And if we don't all chip in, we'll never pay that bill. Freedom isn't free. No, there's a hefty fucking fee. And if you don't throw in your $1.05, who will? Ooh, $1.05. Freedom costs $1.05.
Okay. I unironically believe that song.
or in a more immediate way, I'm thinking,
self-defense, right?
yeah, I mean, yes, but like, I also think that, and maybe it's just the chess brain in me, because I used to play a lot of chess for like many, many years, and it's a really important principle. There's like fundamental principles in chess, like things that you have to take into account to evaluate your position, and these are just like fundamental pillars that if you ignore and your opponent knows to not ignore, you're just going to get crushed every time. So there's like king safety, pawn structure, time, or what is otherwise called like tempo. Like, are you making moves that they have to respond to versus are they making moves that you have to respond to? There's material, which is basically the number of pieces that you have still on the board and their relative value to each other. And there's like a numerical kind of amount to each thing. And then there's something that I'm not remembering right now.
Unork says inflation made that bucko 5 about tree fitty.
But like, center control. You have to control the center of the board. And so like, if you ignore these principles, like all this to say, if you're the kind of chess player where all you do is you're just fucking hurling pieces at the king, you're going to get absolutely demolished by any semi-competent player who knows how to defend against belligerent attacks. And so with chess, you have to be really careful and plan some kind of attack. You need to be able to imagine where the position is going to be in 3 or 4 or 5 moves. And you might need to do that along 7 different trees of possibility because it's so complex. But you have to be thoughtful. Like you have to, you can't just like hurl your pieces at a king. You have to really think about like, what are your best options in that moment? And I think too many people these days right now, when they're talking about politics and strategy, all they want to do is just fucking hurl pieces at the king. And I just think that this is not something that ever works in the long run for political movements. Like the political movements that have been successful through the years, and then I'll wrap it up here in a second, are the ones that were thoughtful. And so in the context of Jim Crow and the Civil Rights Act, who do you think was more effective at getting stuff actually done, like codified protections? Malcolm X or Martin Luther King?
I would say Martin Luther King easily. Malcolm
Getting
X
mogged by liberals again.
Right?
Maybe for time. I don't know if he was a Yankee. He was more like a militant, anyway. But anyways,
Well, hold on. Let me clarify something real quick. Typically, I don't really do this. Some retard in chat just said, "Does Fruit Shops vote?" Motherfucker. Number 1, I voted for Gavin Newsom. Okay. Number 2, I voted for Proposition 50. Number 3, I canvassed for people back in the past. Okay. Oh my God, Fruit Shops is so young. 18 years old, 19 years old. Motherfucker. Okay. I've probably done more political action than like most of the chat combined. Okay. So fuck you. Anyway.
Let him know. Let him know.
Base good.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
But in the context of Jim Crow, right? Like that was a really long struggle, and it took them a really long time. And at any point, these civil rights leaders could have just said, you know what, we don't, like you don't think that civil rights leaders, for example, in the 1920s, you don't think that they knew that they were probably decades away from accomplishing civil rights? Like I do think you need to be prepared, and that's not me being.
I mean, they had a plan. I mean, sure, yeah. Like I would agree with you that they had a plan, right? Sure.
I'm not saying settle.
And they knew they couldn't get everything like accomplished all at once, but I'm sure that they also like thought that you know what, there's going to be setbacks and there's going to be times in which things are going to be really rough.
Right. Yeah.
Correct. More important than a perfect game plan. More important than a perfect ideology. You need to have a direction. And my direction is to eliminate systemic racism so I can say the N-word without apology.
Right. And I'm not saying like if you're...
But I would even argue that like this time it's kind of different, right? Because we're talking about like the rise of black people and whatever, right? Illiberal shit. But then right now, it just kind of feels like the very like edges of our democracy is crumbling. Like that feels fundamentally different to me than versus like Jim Crow shit, right? Does that make sense?
Yes, but in a more holistic way, like the problem right now is bigger. But from the perspective of a black person who was forced to live in a state with Jim Crow laws,
yeah.
You were not a part of the democracy. You were disenfranchised. You didn't have rights in the way that we look at them now. And so for them, like,
I don't know about that.
You're doing the thing. Like you're saying that like now is like bigger because we're talking about the whole democracy and it would all come crumbling down. But like The civil rights movement was about them agitating for and trying to accomplish the franchise, they were trying to secure their rights. You know, they didn't even have the rights that were, you know what I mean? So like for them, it was already an existential struggle. And so
Dr. Zayas with the Wire reference. Let's go. Unless there's some smart ass pawns though. Yup.
they had the discipline.
Yes, we oppose racism so that we can say slurs in the future. True.
To, you know, not be complacent and be happy about the fact that maybe it was going to take some time. They did have the discipline to
BAFTA civil rights. Okay. I have to explain that because that's like an interesting reference in chat. No, don't do an N-word tower. We haven't solved systemic racism yet, James. You can't do it until we solve systemic racism. We have to make sure that young black men and women go to good schools and get good jobs and have successful lives and raise their kids in stability and safety. You can't do N-word towers until every black boy and girl have good lives, you son of a bitch. Now, to be fair, James did finish nincompoop instead of finishing the N-word tower. I appreciate you. Thank you, James, for saving it at the end. Crockett for president? Absolutely not. ET for the $2 says, I love the comedy break at the beginning of the show. Did we take a comedy break? It was not intentional. But anyways, hold on. Wait a minute. Something ain't right here. Yeah, people are saying that the history of civil rights is more nuanced than what we're giving it credit for. It's not like MLK was exercising or executing a perfect agenda, and then Malcolm X was like a total psycho who pushed people into the arms of MLK. Yeah, I don't know, man. But that's where I think that we need to have a general direction. And I think the general direction for the community of girl hottists is being radical about being normal. You don't have to be perfect. No one's asking you to be perfect. I'm not asking you to be perfect. Nobody in this community is asking you to be perfect. What we're asking you to do is wake up, go to work, pay your bills, maybe pay your taxes. Don't be shitty to your family. Don't be shitty to your friends. And then maybe eat a vegetable and work out 2 to 3 times a week. And by that, I mean like eat a vegetable 3 times a week, work out 3 times a week, and just try not to be a piece of shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what this is a comedy show. Yeah. So that's what we're pushing for. And that's a general direction. Because everybody on the internet is encouraging you to be a piece of shit. If you look at the dissident right, they're like, hey, are you sick of gay people? Are you sick of black people? Are you sick of Hispanic people? Come be a Christian nationalist so you can say slurs on the internet while pretending to be following Christ. Hey, and then if you're a red pill, you're like, hey, do women refuse to date you? Have your girlfriends broken your heart? Did you get cheated on in the past? Well, you can codify all of your resentment and anger into an ideology that allows you to be shitty to women. Okay? And then on the left wing, it's like, hey, are your material conditions suck? Are you physically, mentally, or emotionally disabled? Do you find that capitalism and the free economy has fucked you over a few times? Well, take all of that burgeoning economic resentment and LARP about a revolution in which you don't have any of those material problems. And that's what these people are doing. They're presenting these fantasies about what they can offer you if their world vision was implemented across the board, and yet they're all totally radical pieces of shit playing to your worst impulses. Guess what? Waking up on time, pain in the ass. Going to work, pain in the ass. Paying your bills, pain in the ass. Paying your taxes, pain in the ass. Not being an asshole to your friends, family, or community, pain in the ass. And what do you get for it? What do you get for it? A mediocre life? True. But that mediocre life of moderate self-sacrifice towards an ideal and a better world, I'm telling you, you're going to be like a happier, more fulfilled, more centered, less schizophrenic human being. It's just hard. It's just hard. Sometimes getting drunk is tempting. Sometimes smoking tobacco is tempting. Sometimes smoking weed is tempting. Few people in chat probably did some heroin back in the day. You know what I'm saying? But you can do a little bit of tobacco. You can do a little bit of wacky tobacco and a little bit of booze every now and then as a treat, but you cannot let it be the fixation of your life. The same way you cannot let sex be the fixation of your life. You have to be a balanced person. I know it sucks. I know it's a pain in the ass, but I strongly, strongly, strongly encourage you to not embrace being a piece of shit.
To stay the course and to remain engaged and not give up and not necessarily like...
Correct. Bud 123, just a shitload of caffeine. Correct. The one drug you can abuse is caffeine. Just try to keep it under, ideally 200 milligrams, but since you guys are all caffeine addicts, keep it under 400 milligrams.
Advocate for the whole system itself to come down, right?
Well,
Legos doesn't count. Warhammer doesn't count. Yes, be extreme in moderation and be moderate in your extremes.
I mean, you said they would be disenfranchised, but you know, I already kind of disagree with that. Just mean because I think that if a black person was given like in order to vote, like they would 100%.
You're not allowed to
right?
leave
like,
yet. Politics, JK.
Like I wouldn't say
we got
like,
36
sure,
minutes left
on that shit, but like at least the most black person would like go out and
wait.
vote,
What do you?
right? Like when we're talking about tankies or something.
Wait.
Like,
Hold
sure,
on. Hold on. What do you think disenfranchised means?
Disenfranchised means like, oh, maybe you think that the system isn't working out for you. Maybe you feel as though you're black pilled and you can't do anything, so therefore you're not going to vote. Like no. That's disillusioned. Disenfranchised means you don't have the right to vote. Okay, typically people don't really like make a difference between these two. You realize that, right? Like when I think of this, when I think of the two terms, like they're the same to me, right?
They're definitely not the same.
Disenfranchisement. Okay. All right, I'll go by your definition then. But I would disagree with you because, and my positive argument, might want to add, is that I think that we already live in a state in which we are under attack, right? Like you argued that, yes, harm reduction is good. By your framework, okay, I think it is more harm reduction if we address the situation for us.
Be right back. I need to grab the dogs.
Is under attack, right? Because we are already put in the position of self-defense. They've already attacked, right? Like, for example, the Supreme Court passing all that shit, right? Even Mitch McConnell, like during the fucking Obama years, was also, like, that was also liberal, right? Like, all these things have been building up for decades and decades. So you can't just say, well, I mean, we're going to wait until, you know, we have an opportunity for harm reduction and, you know, we have to counter liberalism, self-defense and all that stuff, right? We're already put in the position of self-defense. He has 3 years left. He's probably going to do a bunch of crazy shit. I don't know.
I never said don't defend yourself. Never said that.
Okay, but like your version of self-defense is like, okay, the courts are holding up, right? And protests and winning local elections. That's your version of self-defense, right?
Those things among many, many other things. But when we look at the span of U.S. history, all these things added up are what amounts to progress.
Okay. And I'm out of breath because I'm working out and because I'm doing this shit. But yeah, this is what pisses me off. It feels like DGG, because of Destiny's Fed posting, no offense, still love Destiny, but it feels like because of his Fed posting, they've basically adopted, you guys ever see that Twitter meme where it's like, your tactic of voting is far inferior to my tactic of saying I'm going to firebomb a Walmart and then never firebombing a Walmart. It's what it feels like. It feels like revolutionary fucking LARPing. Because, like, if you actually execute, if you took 1/10 of the energy that you spend watching schizo internet spurgs online, and you canvas that into phone banking, fundraisers, knocking on doors, voter registration drives, figuring out who your local representatives are, voting for them in the upcoming election, encouraging other people online to vote for people in the elections or whatever, you're going to have more of an impact. And electoralism, by the way, is not the most effective community improvement program. But at the same time, like, you're never going to firebomb the Walmart. So why are you talking about firebombing the Walmart? You know, we both know you're never going to fucking do it, you pussy. And I don't even want you to firebomb the Walmart. I shop at the Walmart on occasion. Well, let's be real. I don't shop at Walmart. I shop at Target because I'm rich. I shop at Publix because Grassroots Hegemon gives me enough money to shop at Publix. But there are plenty of decent working class people who shop at Walmart. And you blowing up their fucking Walmart is fucked up. You're making the working class lives worse. So don't firebomb the Walmart. Stop being a piece of shit. Channel your energy into actually doing something productive in reference to electoralism. Get ready for the fucking midterms. Register to vote if you're not fucking registered to vote. And stop Fed posting. It's retarded. You're not going to do it. We know you're not going to do it. So stop doing it. All it's doing is pissing me off. Connor does not go to Costco. I do go to Costco. I do go to Costco. Destiny's Fed posting is a little juvenile. He's like, let's just stop being nice to conservatives and Trumpers. Okay. As if Destiny was the nicest guy to conservatives and Trumpers anyways. You know, my all-time high was 600 milligrams of caffeine in a day. My usual once to 2 to 3 weeks. Crappy sleep, high on 500 milligrams of caffeine. Yeah, try to keep it under 400, King. Yeah. Nameless henchman says, I phone bank, fundraise, and Fed post. Get fucked with your moral standards. Listen. Nameless henchman. Wrong target, right energy. I'll take it.
That's how they. That's how.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, I agree with you on that, right? Like it does amount up to progress, but I would say that we live in a very, very extreme and extraordinary times, right? Like you would also agree that the time we're living through right now is way different than something like any other comparison. Like I would even say that World War II was more mellow than this one because in a way, right? At least when it comes to no, let me explain.
I'm gonna cry.
Because when it comes to World War II, the framework of our democracy
Don't make me cry. Don't make me cry.
Okay.
If we would have lost against
how would I make you cry?
If we would have lost against the Nazis, what do you think would have happened to America eventually? If Germany had been allowed to literally like take over the world, you don't think that it impacted America? I mean,
well, to be clear, they probably would have gotten kicked out of Russia. They might have been able to hold on to Western Europe. And then Western Europe would have been a socialist conglomeration of European states. Weirdly enough, like the Cold War would have happened, except for Western Europe would have been under Nazi Germany's control, and maybe Eastern Europe would have been under the Russians' control. That's a weird thing, because everybody always has this thing, like the man in the high castle, right? The man in the high castle kind of fantasizes if Japan had invaded the Western United States and succeeded, and if Germany had invaded the Eastern United States and succeeded, and then they had like a partition down the middle. And so Americans were living either under a fascistic Japanese rule or a fascistic German rule, and kind of like the resistance movements against those authoritarian regimes. But I don't think that was ever really logistically possible. I don't think Japan really had enough forces compared to how many private firearms we had. I don't think Japan ever had enough forces, and I don't think Germany really did either. So I think what it would be instead is that like Imperial Japan would have ruled vassal states in the Koreas and Eastern China and maybe parts of the Pacific, except for Australia, because I don't think they would have had the military capacity to invade Australia either. And then that would be really weird. Imagine if Asia and Western Europe were just under continuous fascist rule for decades. Yeah. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy to think about. Yeah, so I think that Hutch just kind of pulled a history 101 take of like what would happen if Nazi Germany had taken over the United States if we had just surrendered to them. But I don't think that's really geopolitically accurate. I don't think that was ever on the table. Now, the argument would be that that's still bad enough because tens of millions of people would have been killed in the oppressive invasions and slaughters of these authoritarian regimes. And then tens of millions or arguably hundreds of millions of people would be living under Orwellian police states under actual fascist dictatorial control. So that would still be bad. That would be bad. Fellrunner plugs, like the stream and join the Discord. Here's the Discord link. Correct. And then you guys were wild today. Let's be real. Grassroots Hegemon was wild today, but I think we did like 3 goals. I'll count them while we continue the content.
Yeah, I do think I do think it'll impact America, but I think that's from an external threat, right? The face we threat right now the threat that we face right now is XCOM enemy within, right? Makes sense. Like they're Exalt. Like right now we're dealing with Exalt, but then during World War II we're dealing with the aliens. Okay, have you ever played XCOM? Never mind. Okay, it's okay. Yeah.
We have definitely had periods of U.S. history where the political and social order were very much threatened.
Okay, So we are at 27 super chats on the day. Grassroots has already oiled. So I don't want Grassroots to oil anymore. And if you're a chipper or an oiler and you've already donated, I don't want your money. We're live on Valor Media Network, which means that I rev share with the Valor guys. However, we're at a 7 out of 10 on our third goal. We got 10 minutes left. So I'm not going to be personally offended. If you don't want to donate, don't donate. But we have, well, actually 8 minutes, 7 minutes and 35 seconds to get 3 more super chats. So if you feel like a hero, you haven't donated today, and you want to throw in a $2, a $5, or a $10 super chat to help us hit our third goal of the day, it would be appreciated. If you don't want to, you've already chipped, you're already broke, you've already oiled, then don't. Then don't. If you're broke, do not give me your money. If you're rich and you've already given me money, don't give me any more. I don't need it. We're paying bills. We're surviving. Okay? That being said, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, if any heroes. If 3 more heroes got $2, $5, or $10 in their pocket and they want to help out the stream, go ahead and do so now or in the next 7.5 minutes.
Flash, imperiled. There were times where it looked hopeless. You know, there were times like when we were fighting to establish a republic in the first place where it looked really hopeless for America. Obviously,
Articles of Confederacy. Yeah.
Obviously, a whole ass civil war. I mean, that was pretty significant and existential. And obviously, with like the 60s and the 70s, that was a period of intense upheaval. I would say definitely eclipse where we are at right now, like in terms of political violence and uncertainty and volatility. You know, that period of history, and and then all that, with all that going on, we're also in the context of the Cold War against the Soviets, where, you know,
for
they're
$2, he says,
weapons in Cuba, and so there's like 13 days where everyone's like, "Are we all gonna die?" Like, you know,
was
we
the
have
reverse
faced
psychology intentional?
significant
No,
challenges in this country
Vazraka
before.
with the
And-
5. We hit the goal. We're
Can
done.
I speak?
Nobody else.
I disagree with your interpretation. I think that
Those are my 3 heroes. Fashion 40 screams Gundam. Shapingro says, was the reverse psychology intentional? Yes and no. Legitimately, we're doing okay as a stream, so I don't need your money. But I also like hitting nice round numbers because I have autism. We don't need any more money. Hey, stop it. Sabian Green with the 50 DKK. Buy yourself a cup of coffee or a cup of tea on me and don't spill it on yourself. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But we don't need any more. We hit 30 super chats over the course of 5 hours. And Grassroots Hegemon oiled the shit out of the chat today. So we had an amazing day. Everybody relax. Take a load off. We're Gucci. Thank you, kings and queens. I appreciate you.
I think with situations like the Civil War and the Cold War and stuff like that, that's all from external threats, right? We haven't faced a threat that would like actually shatter our political infrastructure.
I
So I disagree with that,
respectfully,
right? Yeah.
I respectfully think you need to spend a bit more time on U.S. history. The 60s and the 70s.
I'm not sure if that's an argument, dude. Like, I don't
Well,
know.
I mean, the 60s and the 70s, that was a period of tremendous internal strife. I mean, political violence was way more common back then. There were all kinds of different forces that were at play.
That's not what I'm saying. I mean, like, has anybody like Trump ever done something like Trump coin in the past like that? Like, has there anything
Probably.
been comparable to Trump coin
Yes.
or Melania coin?
Yes.
Skillful dunce with the 2. Screw OCD. Well, thank you, King. I appreciate you. And arguably, Andrew Jackson. For those of you, I'm an old guy, so I remember Andrew Jackson. But in the early 19th century, we had a central bank. We didn't have a central bank at first, but what ended up happening was every state and a bunch of private entities were creating currencies. And so we were trading those currencies, but then there were rug pulls left, right, and center. So a bunch of private currency providers and a bunch of states had separate fiscal policy. And as a result of that separate fiscal policy, there were like rug pulls and fraud and inflation and deflation and all sorts of crazy shit in the early 19th century. So the federal government created the first central bank, which tried to standardize currency and practices. So we didn't have rug pulls. And so we didn't have all that crazy shit going on. And then Andrew Jackson destroyed it because he thought that the central bank was effectively going to do what it does now and turn the American people into cappuccino debt slaves. Cappuccinos because number one, they would be drinking a ton of coffee. Number two, because they would be miscegenating with Mexicans. And so he killed it, but then we brought it back. And I think that for all the people who on principle hate the central bank, they need to kind of tell me how that shit, like how is having a bunch of random private currencies and a bunch of random state currencies, how does that like improve the lives of Americans? It's like, yeah, you're free to speculate on currency, but how? Like, you can do that with crypto now. So why would eliminating the central bank be any better? I don't get it. AK Batusai says, when the bank devalues all your land and homes value to buy it up at cents on the dollar, then runs you off the land with the cops the bank hires. Wasn't that a pretty big problem in the late 19th, early 20th century? Didn't a bunch of, sorry, I'm lifting weights while we're talking. Didn't a bunch of like private farmers and unions and all that kind of stuff in the late 19th and early 20th century effectively like kill a bunch of bankers who tried to do that? Well, isn't that like a common theme, especially in the Great Depression? Was banks effectively mass foreclosing on tenant farmers? Anyways.
Okay, Nemo.
Yes.
Nemo.
Well,
Don't say Watergate.
How does the foreign exchange market work today? The same way. You can speculate on it, but the national governments largely affect the value of their currency through either printing cash or investments or debt.
well, before the, I mean, listen, I don't know a lot about this period of history, but I do know that before Garfield came along and then Chester A. Arthur succeeded him, they passed significant reforms to get rid of, like, do you understand that in America, like, bribery was just not illegal for fucking decades? For like, that was, you could just pay politicians openly.
Yeah, they
and I mean, it was wildly corrupt in terms of like different power brokers, and you know, so Trump is like unique in terms of like the amount of money he's raised with meme coin, but he is definitely not the first American politician to be that corrupt in that kind of way and personally profit from the office.
No, I agree with you. Like, for example, back in the day, they had political machines. Have you ever read up about that, where, you know, they essentially like paid people and gave people employment in exchange for their loyalty when it comes to elections?
Yes.
Yeah, that's just pretty bribery. Like, I agree with that, right? So, which is why like legislation did, I think, eventually outlaw that. Yeah, so that was pretty good. Like, that would be an example of like, oh, liberal system's working, right?
Well, but
it just feels like.
Well, what's your? So,
yeah, go ahead.
What do you think? Like, what is your prescription for what to do about Trump's corruption that you think I'm not on board with?
I think that, again, right, it just goes back. We need to direct the DOJ in order to have some kind of fucking special task force or some kind of special judicial like fucking process in order to like carefully lay out these things.
Boog says, I agree with Food Chops here. While Hutch is right about political violence in the past, it's different now, widespread. The only thing that truly compares is the period of time before the Civil War. I don't think so. 60s and 70s, bro. Yeah, and once again, like, I'm going to side with Hutch here. I understand a lot of people don't think, they're like, oh, Dunning-Kruger Hutch, oh, Hutch is a dumbass, oh, Hutch is bald, blah, 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 blah. But you understand, like, in the 60s and 70s, we had organizations, not only in the 70s did our homicide rates effectively double, but we had, like, violent anti-war movements. We had cops getting into shootouts with, like, Black Panthers on the reg. We had the Weather Underground, which thankfully didn't kill anybody, but they blew up quite a few government buildings. Like political violence was a lot fucking crazier several decades ago. 1968 was way worse than this. Yes, I agree, Steely Dan. I agree. Trump almost got shot once and then did get shot once. And then there was another assassin that was chilling outside of his house. And he's a pretty like aggressive political figure. Whereas I think in 68, Steely Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, wasn't like JFK, MLK, and Bobby Kennedy all died within a few years? What? God, I miss the Weather Underground. Damn, Nameless, you're starting to scare the hoes. And what I mean by that is I am a hoe and you are scaring me. So hold on. What politicians were killed in the 1960s and early 1970s? Because I think it was a lot. Lists of assassinated American politicians. The 1960s, the decades of assassination. So, Medgar Evers was a civil rights activist. John F. Kennedy, James Chaney, Michael Goodman, Andrew Schwemmer, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, RFK, and Fred Hampton. So this is the leader of the Black Panthers. This is the brother of the president, who I think was running for president at the time. MLK, Malcolm X, both civil rights. Andrew Schwimmer and Michael Goodman were freedom riders. Oh, 3 freedom riders were killed. JFK, and then Medgar Evers. So yeah, I'm unfamiliar with some of these civil rights folks, but I do remember the Freedom Riders. So the Freedom Riders were Harvey Milk. Yeah, Harvey Milk. What year did Harvey Milk get killed? What year was Harvey Milk assassinated? 78. So I mean, still like a decade later, but pretty much from the from the 60s to the 80s, we doubled in homicides, and only in like 1992 or 1994 did we actually go back down in homicides. And what was the, you said plane hijackings by year. Because nowadays, plane hijacking is almost unheard of. And if you do hear of it, generally speaking, it's in a third world country. Whereas in the 1970s, we didn't even have the TSA. So in 1969, there were 86 hijackings. Yeah, so look at this. It was like 80, then 50 in 1970, then 30 or 20 in 1971, 72, 73. Dude, look at this shit. Fuck this. Dude, if you try to hijack a plane that I'm on, I'm stabbing you in the neck with a pencil. I'm not putting up with that shit. You fucking crazy, especially after 2001. And I think that's, weirdly enough, they kind of suspect that in 2001, the reason why more people didn't stand up to fight the 9/11 hijackers is because a lot, not all of them, but a lot of hijackings in the 1970s and the 1980s, they didn't kill the passengers. They like held them hostage, flew them to a different location, ransomed people, all that kind of stuff. I mean, some people did get killed, but typically, if you sat in your chair and you didn't give anybody shit, there was a strong chance that you were going to survive. Whereas post 9/11, everybody's like, fuck that shit. You try to hijack a plane, I'm going to beat you to death. So yeah, kind of wild.
Have it be in public as well, so then everybody can see it and everybody can understand how corrupt and evil these people are. Then we can set the public narrative. There has to be some kind of reconciliation with the public narrative, right? Like how are we going to go forward after Trump when
I thought you said
people can't come to terms with the results of the 2020 election? Yeah, go ahead.
Didn't we start this conversation with you saying that this very thing was a bit too extreme, and now you're going back to it?
Which one is too extreme?
Like specifically the president directing DOJ? Didn't you tell me like, oh, I think yesterday was a bit extreme? Now it seems like you're saying that has to happen. Like it has to be directed by, Gavin Newsom.
I would say it is justified, right? Like, remember, my argument is that it's justified. Like, it does.
Shapingro says, can we get rid of the oldest federal emergency if Iran gets toppled? Are you talking about repealing the 2001, 2002 AUMF? If so, yeah. Like, I want to call freaking Thomas Massey and be like, hey, I think you're a schizophrenic, but realistically, can you help me like rebuild a more sane, less cultish Republican Party? Can we get the Bushes on the phone? Can we have like a neocon libertarian alliance? Because I am so sick of this shit. And I do think that it's kind of crazy. Like, I'm taking it as a meme, what we just did to Iran. I'm taking it as a meme because if I thought about it seriously, I'd probably freak the fuck out. But I do think it's bananas that we effectively just launched a unilateral air campaign and war that is probably comparable to the Persian Gulf War, and we didn't even ask Congress for permission. Now, somebody was saying that the very nature of the secretive nature of the decapitation strike necessitated that they didn't consult Congress, and I'm okay with that. But maybe we need to reel it back in, especially after like Iran has new leadership. I think we've exhausted the amount of times that we should invoke the 2001-2002 AUMF in order to kill random people overseas. I think we're good. I think we should wait for, you know, like another 9/11 2026. And then we can go for another 20 years of war on terror as a treat. But you know, we need like another 9/11 2026 before we launch another 2-decade-long, multi-trillion-dollar international counterterrorism special military operation. North says, Connor, I can email him because he's my local representative. Shit, I'm just going to move up there, North. That'll make it easier. But anyways, Chapingro. Yep.
Sound pretty extreme, but like I would say that, you know, sometimes extreme things are justified, right?
Yeah, AK Batusai, I'm okay with you saying that our Congress would leak that shit to our enemies. But I'm just saying, like, do you think a unilateral air campaign where we decapitate a foreign government and all of their military and political leaders, and then we continue the airstrikes for several days in order to continue to kill the people that they replace their military and political leaders with, do you think that that should go to anybody? Should that like be approved by more than one person? Like, the military wants to do it. I know there were dozens of people involved in the military who wrote up that plan, but they've probably had that plan on their books for decades. They just showed it to Trump and they were like, hey, do you want to distract from this whole you molesting teenagers thing? Do you want to distract from the 1980s, 1990s child rape? How about we do a decapitation strike on Iran? And Trump was like, all right.
Okay, I'm just saying, you started this conversation by saying yesterday was too extreme when I said that it has to come from Newsom, and now I ask you, what am I missing that you want to do? And you say, have Newsom direct DOJ. So it's a bit.
Yeah, because I'm entertaining
jumbled.
whether or not, you know, that can actually be. Yeah, I agree, it's a bit jumbled. Okay, my apologies. Okay, that's my bad. But I do actually think it might be justified. Yeah, like, sorry if I'm flip flopping on this a lot, but like, you know, I'm not the greatest debater, but like, yeah, I do actually think that is justified. Perhaps no.
I think the better question would be, is it smart? Like, what kind of risk comes along with something like that? What are the alternatives? And I think in my opinion, the alternative that I'm presenting would accomplish the same thing, but with none of the risk that you're talking about. There would be no risk of.
I disagree.
Okay. Do you think that, I brought this up yesterday, but Newsom is inaugurated, and sometimes shortly into his term, he does a ceremonial executive order thing where he announces that he's directing Jack Smith to, you know, investigate the previous administration and investigate Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Do you think that there is a risk of him doing that the controversy around that decision could distract him and mire his administration in a scandal and limit his ability to get legislation done, which, as we already said before, is the remedy for preventing future corruption along the lines of Donald Trump? It's the remedy for addressing the courts. It's a remedy.
Yeah, aka Batusai says, I'm okay with the president approving strikes on a foreign government that's killing its people and not working within the lines of diplomacy. Sure, but I'm of two minds here, aka Batusai. I don't know if you were here earlier. So the neoconservative in me, the liberal hawk who wants to topple as many authoritarian regimes as possible, is actually turgid over the kidnapping of Maduro and the decapitation strike of Iran. And I think that the Iranian people have lost 40,000 people in protests. If there was ever going to be an overthrow of the authoritarian Iranian regime, it would be now. And so they basically have like a 2-week window with which they can attack government forces with American air cover and overthrow the government. And if they don't, then they're just going to be stuck under a dilapidated, even shittier version of the Iranian government, which is actually like weirdly sad. So that the neoconservative in me is like, maybe surgical special forces operations with minimal casualties, and also complex airstrike decapitation strikes without ground forces are based. But somebody asked if it should just be like a cabinet of 8 people and the president making this decision. And once again, for like starting a potential world-ending conflict involving maybe Iran has secret nuclear weapons that it put on an intercontinental ballistic missile, and as a final fuck you, the Ayatollah Khomeini like launches one for Miami. Maybe we need more than 8 people to make this decision. So I don't know, man. Like Venezuela's the last one, okay? Or Iran's the last one, okay? So, you had some Iran, you had some Venezuela, but you can't have Russia or China until you finish your Venezuela and your Iran, It can't just be a dessert cart of blowing up foreign governments. It's kind of crazy. So, Molly was saying you can't overthrow a government with no armed protesters and no good support. I mean, I agree with you there. But Molly, apparently the CIA, in preparation for this operation, they snuck in a bunch of internet terminals for Starlink. So the revolutionary elements and the protester elements in Iran could still communicate with each other and with the United States government during the internet blackout. So we'll see. We'll see. It's still very early days.
For implementing various reforms to make a future corrupt politician, make it harder for them to do corrupt things. Wouldn't you rather have President Newsom just focused on that legislative agenda and going after those reforms? Like, why do you need to include?
Weirdly enough, I'm going to kind of summarize this because I think that, they didn't go for a title that says, that's the title of this segment. I didn't hear a lot of screaming, unfortunately. So Hutch kind of let me down. He clickbaited me. But I think I have this written down somewhere. So the things that Lonerbox suggested, which I actually think that there's probably more overlap between Hutch and Lonerbox than I thought, was that he would say that with a Democratic president after a Trump administration instantiated and a sympathetic Congress, before any legislative agenda, he would prioritize reforming the pardon power, that he would expand the Department of Justice to have a treason and sedition branch that exclusively attacks corruption, sedition, and treason, that he would codify and reinforce FARA violations and foreign disinformation campaign legislation. So if you were part of a foreign disinformation operation, you could be incarcerated, and he would make that a prosecutorial priority. So for instance, Lauren Chen, Lauren Southern, Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, and Tim Pool, all of their shit would be combed through with like a fine-tooth comb. They would be looked at very closely to see if they had any knowledge that they were part of a foreign Russian psychological operation. And if they were, they would be incarcerated. Voter fraud. Something like, I don't know what I wrote here, but something about voter fraud. Something. I don't know what that was. Then the FCC standardization and enforcement of misinformation. He was saying that if you're a public broadcaster and the FCC has laws on the books that say that you can't knowingly lie about public events, then you have to enforce those laws, or you have to pass new laws. So, I mean, I'm okay with all those reforms, actually. Like, I would be curious what you guys would object to. But I think that Hutch wouldn't necessarily... I don't think Hutch would necessarily disagree with that. All he would say is, let's do it through the legislature, and if the courts rule against us, or if the legislature doesn't have the chutzpah to get this done, then I'm not going to throw out the republic in the name of, like, radical liberalism, which is fine, and I think it's based. I think Hutch is, like, the most sane person that I've bumped into in recent memory, even though he pissed me off a few years ago in reference to gun stuff. We were talking about gun stuff, And we were talking about how progressive I am, and he pissed me off on that. But besides that, I've seen him be pretty fucking reasonable otherwise. Anyways, thank you guys for... I'm just going to enjoy, or I'm just going to engage with chat for a second. We're close to 2:30. I'm going to wrap up on time because I'm going to go eat some delicious food, and then I'm going to cook myself food for the week because I went grocery shopping last night. And then what I would say is like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Let me thank the people. Obviously, Grassroots just oiled the fuck out of the chat today. So he started out the day with $100, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think he did another 10 donations that were either $10 or $20. So he did an insane amount today, but we also had a lot of other people donate. So thank you, Grassroots, for oiling. I couldn't do this show without you. But Skillful Dunce, Sapient Green, Vazraka, Chapingro, Fashion 40, E.T., Horse God, Fell Runner, Fashion 40 again, thank you, Fashion 40, I appreciate all the chips, King, Jeb Kush, Airborne Kite, Fell Runner again, Dashing Rogue, Fashion 40 again, thank you, King, Fast and Bulbous, and Vazraka. Thank you to all of you guys chipping and or oiling if you chip several times. If you chip enough, it becomes oil. And thank you to Grassroots for the oil today. It was a phenomenal day. I really do appreciate it. Oh my God. I was told a week ago that there was no Starlink in Iran. By who? Was it the CIA? Because if it was the CIA, they were lying to you. Specifically because they were sneaking in Starlink while they were telling you that they weren't sneaking in Starlink. Decapitation is what happens when you shear all the capacitors off a circuit board. Who the fuck are you to invade a sovereign nation? The United States of America. It's hard to find, to be honest, poor web building. Don't know what that's in reference to. They need to reinstall the Persian monarchy. Long live the Shah, and may he restore Persia to its former glory. Or a democratic republic that isn't hostile to the United States and is willing to trade all of its petroleum with the entire planet. That would be cool. That's a screenshot link. This one? What's this for? Channel activity. It's not letting me click. When I click on the link. Oh, that's for the Discord. Okay, I don't need that. Y'all click on the Discord link if you want to join the Discord. Using the FCC to attack the YouTube and social media influencers is not going to play well with the American population. Sure. Sure, but if they're provably involved in a foreign psychological operation, let's say that there's an email, and by the way, you could go after Israelis too. You could go after Israelis too. You think I just care about Russians? We could go after Ukrainians or Israelis if they're doing foreign psychological operations without going through the proper channels. I don't care. But basically, if we got emails that said, hey, you're a prominent alternative media influencer. We're going to give you $10,000 a month in order to shill for our country in a way that destabilizes the social fabric of America. This is a secret operation. Don't tell anyone because this is illegal unless you report yourself under FARA. And we don't want to report ourselves under FARA because we're like a member of the intel operation, or we're members of the intel agency. And then the American goes, based. I love being paid in order to sow disinformation, misinformation, and social discord in America. Here's my routing and checking account number. And then you see tens of thousands of dollars going into that checking account. Well, then at that point, I don't care if you're working for Israel. I don't care if you're working for Ukraine. I don't care if you're working for Russia. I don't care if you're working for China. I think you should get fucked up by the long dick of the law. So I think FARA should 100% be enforced. Andy B says, honestly, I think forcing these people to have to disclose what governments are funding them would be more than enough to restore public trust. Could be room with worse cases involving or disclosing ads. Sure, but Andy, it would be both. So it would be enforcement for FARA violators, but it would also be, here's how you do it if you want to go through official channels. Because Russia today, for instance, has paid contributors in America who create content on YouTube. But those people say, I am employed by Russia today. So that's fine. I don't care. If you say I am employed by Al Jazeera, which is in turn funded by the Qataris and the Omanis, and we represent a pro-Gulf state slant to the news, I don't give a shit. Have fun. But it should be transparent. Shopping says, you gosh darn kids had best be gracious with the much money you spend. Every man has a molly. True. He has a handgun, by the way. I know. Maybe that's why I like him now. 6'7" again. I love beating, as a almost 40-year-old man, I love beating dead memes into the ground. It's one of my most cherished privileges as an old person, is to beat memes into the ground. Shapingro, thank you for the gifted king. I appreciate you. Turn on the mod approval settings for auto mod so that we can all approve and or hide each other's bad messages. I don't know how to do that. The global hegemon bitch. True. Thank you, Hearshot. Who the fuck am I? I'm him. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. We are Himothy. Yes. Hearshot. You and I beef, but that is funny. Because for you, I won't ever have a rough... Oh, with Molly Connolly again. True. 6, son. Thank you. You're right. Meh, I think that Tim hates me for rickrolling him. Base, James. Good job. All right. Honestly, I think forcing these people to have to disclose, that's the one that I just addressed. Dr. Zai says, I so effing wish I could get money from Mossad for being a Shabbos goy, which I already am anyways. Yeah, that's what I said. I need to get bigger so they're interested in the channel. And then they said, I had no idea it was coming from Russia. Yeah. Lauren Southern, to my knowledge, Lauren Southern, Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, and Tim Pool do not have hard evidence that they knew it was Russian PSYOP money. I mean, they should have been suspicious, but I don't think I've seen any screenshots, emails, cases, anything like that that says that they knew of it. Lauren Chen did. She has communications where she's like, when is the money from the Russians coming in? Lauren Chen should 100% be prosecuted for FARA violations. Fellrunner says, I have Night of the Seven Kingdoms queued up. Grass maybe can start tonight. You guys should do a watch date in the Discord. You guys should do a watch party in the Discord for a Night of the Seven Kingdoms. The best way to ruin a bad meme is to embrace it. True. Snurgle says, I thought Tim Pool was pretty transparent that he was a Russian shill. I mean, when he slammed his fist on the desk because Ukraine invaded Russia in order to take territory to try to get the Russians off balance for the territories that they were taking in southeast Ukraine. And he slammed his fist on the table and said, Ukraine is an enemy of America. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he got an extra fat paycheck that week. Andy B says, bad week to be somebody talking shit about the U.S. military. Ah, shit. Did y'all see that Khamenei, the Ayatollah, he had a scheduled post talking shit about the U.S. military that went out after he died? That shit was bananas. Beef Supreme says, Trump saying this war is over nuclear weapons after we supposedly destroyed their nuclear facilities, highly suspect people. I mean, you could just assume that Trump is lying. I mean, I assume that Trump is lying. Grassroots says good, because as soon as you figure out how to ban me, I'm fucked. Now I'm not going to figure it out. Do we believe Lauren? She's our queen, so I have to believe her. I mean, I believe Lauren Southern, but she's lied to me before, so. Yeah, Andy says she literally complained in an email, the Russians need to hurry up with their money. She's Canadian, by the way. I know. She should actually be prosecuted for sure for FARA violations. Tell Lauren she bought the lamest Porsche for Q50K. True. She made 800K. So I think Tim Pool made a few million off of it. I think Lauren made like 850. I think Lauren Southern made like 50. I would have to ask Lauren Southern again. But I think like Dave Rubin made like hundreds of thousands, arguably millions. I think Betty Johnson made hundreds of thousands, maybe millions. I think Tim Pool made millions, like $2 to $3 million. And I think that, what was it? I think Lauren Chen made 850. And I think Lauren Southern was pissed because I think, like, if you went and checked out the Tenet Media YouTube page, her videos are the only ones that ever did numbers on the Tenet Media homepage. and she only made like 50K. Imagine being a part of an international criminal conspiracy and finding out that you were the lowest paid person despite doing all of the work. Good times, good times. But anyways, it's 2:40, so I'm gonna dip out. Go enjoy your other favorite streamers. I did have a beautiful day. Special shout out to Grassroots Hegemon. Thank you for going out of your way to oil today, King. But thanks to everybody else as well. I'm going to shout them out one more time because I really could not do this without you guys. You know, you guys are a disproportionately generous chat, and I really, really, really appreciate it. Shapingro, Skillful Dunce, Sapient Green, Vazraka, Shapingro again, Fashion 40, ET, Horse God, Shapingro. Fell Runner, Fashion 40, Real Serious, Grassroots, Fashion 40, Grassroots, Jeb Kush, Airborne Kite, Fell Runner, Dashing Rogue, Grassroots, Fast and Bulbous, Fashion 40, Grassroots, Vazraka, and Grassroots. Thank you. I'm gonna go eat some lunch. I recommend you do the same. Have a beautiful day. I'll see you tomorrow on Counterpoints Politics at 9:30 a.m. All right. Bye, guys.